is here. We getting right into it, and yeah, I've been playing Elder Scrolls. Um, Loving Enjoy, but playing Elder Scrolls, really focusing honestly on Elder Scrolls. I know that's surprising, but I gotta play what is getting to me, and honestly, it's doing it for me right now. So that's where we at. So let's get into it. Let's get into it. All right, and we're gonna transition that on up. And here we are. This is where we're at right now. Destruction of or Distraction by Humius Acidinus. I want to say Acidinus. Like, no. It is popular, especially among young upstarts who wish to establish themselves as intellectual contenders, to dismiss the study of harnessing the destructive potential of magica as crude or simplistic. Those who embrace this argument prefer to spend time researching obscure theoretical topics instead of the more practical applications of magic. In truth, these pedants accomplish little beyond writing tomes of their own to refute the postulations of their contemporaries, wasting their time arguing hypotheticals with no basis in practical magical study. They are so distracted trying to outwit one another in their imaginary field that they never produce substantial advancements. It is my conviction that this self-indulgent behavior obstructs progress, concrete gains such as spell discovery and arcane studies. Hold on, not the controller. I'm gonna need I'm gonna need a charger shortly. I do not deny that magic is deep and complex, and our understanding is far from complete. However, I question the value of arguments over theories with very little basis in observable phenomena before we fully grasp less complicated subjects. In my years of practice, I've found that studying manifestations of magic that seem the simplest often provides the clearest look at the nature of magic. Without a complete understanding of what seems to be basic, how could anyone advance magic and bring benefit to practitioners and Tamriel at large? I implore you, reader, to take care that you do not fall into the category of the fruitless intellectual. Will take me back to the way shrine then. Do we have to fight them? If so, let me go ahead. Hold on, y'all. Because all right.
Where to first? Worse.
We just read that. Stendar's Divine Spear by Patolus the Bright, Resolute of Stendar. Smiting all that is unholy, transfixing it with point and glow, elevates us with its aura, nullifies the wicked foe. Daedra, undead beasts and man-beast, abominations, it strikes down. Reanoint us, stalwart Stendar, resolute with spear and crown. Period. I love a little rimmer rhyme. Okay, oh. Hit me with a backpack. Okay, not fried green tomatoes. That's so cute. Y'all ever seen that movie? When I lived in Mississippi, they made me watch it 1,000 times, bro. I was like, for real? Straight up. Oh, y'all ain't got nothing. I thought we spawned before we left.
Now's really not a good time.
Now you got all three of them. You know it's over with for you, babe. And I don't need none of that weaponry. Just give me the money. Do you got some money? Then I don't want it. Okay, right. What you doing in the cut? What told you to play? You need to stay where you focus at, babe. Okay. Rock y'all too. Okay, Rajin and the Stone Maiden, Part 1. Many years ago, as Rajin passed by a river, he heard weeping from the far shore. There, a woman filled her pockets with stones. When she finished, the woman walked into the river. Rajin could not let her drown, so he ran across the river's surface and pulled the woman from her would-be grave. "Why did you save me, my lord?" she asked. "Does Rajin, the trickster god, not know my intent? I know that what, my lady, but not why." The woman frowned and turned her back. "You cannot possibly understand my plight. Please, let me gather my stones and continue my way." Rajin would not let her continue until she shared the story. The woman, Munili, had a fiancé named Mazaram, and the two were much beloved. But Munili's stepfather, Azalit Ra, was a greedy man. Before he would give them permission to marry, he insisted on a bride price beyond Mazaram's considerable means, and well beyond all reason. Azalit Ra was a head man of the village in which they lived, and none dared to attention for this injustice. But Mazaram was more powerful than the Ra. Isn't it Ra? Which made his stepfather hate him all the more. Still, Mazaram put the best on him and by his men. Rather than seeing his fiancé ruined by his stepfather's hands, he nearly chose the women. You see his stepfather's dreams in the village with an iron paw, my lord. He nearly replied sadly. Those who does not bribe owe him money. Only a few, such as Mazaram, remain free of his grasp, and he does what he can to rule. Do you think your stepfather is satisfied ruling a tiny village which he does not know the meaning of the word? Then perhaps I can help him come. Come, let us find Mazaram. As they went to the village, Rajin explained that afternoon, Mazaram and Munili approached Azalit Ra across his great plantation. Seeing them all in hand, angered
That was
Azalit Ra,
fun.
even though they were properly affianced. "So, my little papa," the stepfather greeted Mazaram, "have you agreed to my bride price, or shall we finally see the last of you?" Mazaram refused to take offense and instead bowed briefly. "While it is true I cannot meet your bride price, my lord, I can offer you something better." Azalit Ra's ears twitched, but he sneered with skepticism. "Better? Better than the sum I demand for my only daughter? Fine, tell me of this offer. If it is generous, but if not, I would see your tail as you leave forever." Wait. Hold on a second. Okay, get to the next page. Okay, we read that. Okay, y'all. Let's get that gold. they spawn immediately. Like, it takes nothing for them to respawn. Alright. I just wanted to read those
Song
books.
of the Rajaska. It bends these twilight cantors into Dromatra.
My newborn Rajaska. Sing for them the next verse.
Here we go.
Come now, Zedek. You remember this song?
So y'all be more.
Cantor Zeabi, with your spirit cleansed, Azura guides you to her crossing. Find peace in her embrace. Quickly, everyone, let us leave this dark place.
We'll take the mace because I like the one-handed option. Okay, and he saved a couple people, but he couldn't save everybody. You see, she turned one girl. Reaper's mod. That's what we returned. Alright, y'all.
I am sorry, Rithantin. I can cleanse your souls, but I am powerless to stop the corruption before it overtakes you. The songs of these twilight cantors can stop souls from falling to the bent dance? In my time, we had no such songs. I am glad to see it. Yet this means they are at greatest risk of being haunted by that Rajaska Jar. The leader of the Rajaska, the first of their kind. Her name is Ravith Morna. She will prey on these cantors, rebuild her ranks. I died when I faced her. But then I was alone. Here and now, I think you and I are meant to act together to stop her.
And why do
Why
you think
else
that?
did Azura send you to find me? These cantors fear me, except for Crinzy. And the Inquisitors wish to kill me. It was you who found me, guided me, helped me deliver salvation. Now my Moonclaw gives a faint pull. It leads me to you, Tamit. In my time, it was a word of partnership. If we travel together, our souls will move as twin moons, strengthened by our bond. You see, the world has changed much since my time. There is much for me to explore and learn. I am eager to see it all.
Are you saying you want to travel
I
with
would
me?
stand with no one else. We stepped into the light from the shadow of my tomb. Together we struck against the darkness beyond the world. We saved these cantors, and perhaps even made a friend in Crinzy. I am honored to walk at your side.
What are you
You are
doing?
ready to hunt the darkness. Send for me, my friend.
Zayabi, the Rajaska Jar hunts us, High Cantor. Who will banish dark spirits if all our kind fall to her song?
Don't say such things, Serenza. Do not give in to hopelessness. The High Cantor will figure something out.
Once we are through mourning, I will have plenty to say to High Cantor Viti. Sending those Inquisitors after you If I had known she would betray my trust so, I would have told her nothing. Wish me luck that I can make her see reason, Walker.
What's next for you and the other Twilight Cantors?
I hope we go back to our regular duties. Wandering elsewhere, answering summons, practicing songs, and tending to exorcisms. But this business with the Rajaska and the Inquisitors, it feels like it has just begun.
Are you going to work with the Inquisitors again?
If they press me, I will have no choice. Do not worry. I won't tell them anything else about you and Zereth Var. I think I can convince the others you saved to do the same. Viti is being unreasonable. I'm sorry about that.
Do you think our paths will cross again?
Of course. If I learn something from the Inquisitors about the Rajaska, I will find a way to contact you and Zereth. And I will try to research more on the Rajaska. Wish me luck.
Zereth thinks you and the other Twilight Cantors are at risk of being hunted by the Rajaska.
I supposed as much. Their leader can turn other Khajiit into Dromathra with a swiftness unlike anything I have ever seen. But with Cantors, we become like her. Our voices turned into dark weapons. I never thought we could be twisted in such a way.
Are you going to warn the other Twilight Cantors about this?
I will certainly try. I would leave it to the High Cantor, but I overheard her say she does not wish to cause my brothers and sisters to panic and neglect their duties. But the Cantors need to know.
Are you going to tell people about Zereth Var?
I want to tell people he can be trusted, that he truly was sent by Azura. But it may take some convincing, and saying as much could get me in trouble with the Torval Curiata.
Indeed.
I will have to be careful with what I say, and who I say it to.
Excellent. Very well, friend. I bid you good day. I know not what we do, I know not what we do. And I don't get me wrong, I love Tenloren. Tenloren is excellent, but I have to be honest with you.
Blessings from my Moon Mother.
Goodbye, my friend.
Alright, let's see. You're telling Bahamas the invitation has arrived to join the Dog Brotherhood. Come now to the Gold Coast, westernmost region of the Empire, where you will find opportunity, intrigue, and murder. Okay. I want this one. I don't care about the Thieves Guild, but where is the vampire one? Let me see. What's the mega pack? Reports mysterious. I received a letter from someone claiming to be able to moral Iran. She needs the help of a mortal to investigate the activity of a cult dedicated to Mehrun Stegon, the Daedric Prince of Destruction and Ambition. This is the prologue quest for Blackwood. Okay. Deadlands. High Isle. Merc Mile. Gold Road. Necron. Firesong. Greymore. Elsewhere. Markov. Morrowind. Dragonhold. Somerset. I don't know, guys, because I believe that Morrowind is where the vampires are. Where are the vampires in the original Skyrim game? Let's see here. To become a vampire in Elder Scrolls Online, you need to get infected by a vampire either through a player bite or by encountering a vampire enemy in certain zones like Bankurai or the Rift. Here's a more detailed breakdown. Player bite is the easiest method, which is to find a player who is a vampire and ask them to bite you, which will initiate the infection. Vampire enemy. Certain vampire enemies in zones like Bankurai and the Rift can infect you with vampirism. And then you can also purchase the vampire infection from the Crown store. After the quest, in Vampire Lore, after the quest, Awakening and Discovering Castle Volkihar, the current Lord of Vampires, Harkon, offers you the gift of immortality, his blood. Accept this offer to be embraced by vampiric thirst and start the quest line with the vampire. Important notes: do not buy the bite from the Crown store. Some zones like Ravensfire are known for having vampires. Vampire dwellers can spawn at certain locations. Midnight, you can ask any zone chat for a bite. My blades have a cloak skill that looks like the master. Okay. Yeah, but I need, I want to do the vampirism thing, and I am going to get the DLC for, the Brotherhood. I want the Brotherhood and the Thieves Guild DLC. So let's see what that's gonna be. How many crowns will I need for that? Oh, 4. Okay. Period. Oh wait. What does it say? Hold on a second. Oh my god. Y'all, my controller is broken. My kid broke it. So you guys want to get the first 4 ESO DLC packs for one button price. Okay. Yeah, but I guess I'll. Let me see. Right, what's the bundle details? It's all of them, right? Okay. I might as well, because I'm willing to pay for the 2 for 4, so I might as well go and get the 4 for 4. The 4 for 4! Yeah. Okay. Let's see what. Delve into the dark heart of Skyrim and continue your year-long adventure in Stonethorn. Confront a rising threat and uncover a monstrous secret with the 2 challenge dungeons. Castle Holy Stone Garden. To the heroes of Tamriel, Joran the Skald King has dispatched agents to Western Skyrim to investigate and deal with the threat element to Skyrim's to all of Tamriel. Find the Skald King's agent in Solitude, the capital city of Halfgard. Begin your dark hollow Skyrim adventure with 2 exciting new dungeons, Ice Reach and Unhallowed Grave. Venture to a storm-cursed island and unholy burial ground, battle cunning witches and wild necromancers. Experience an all-new story. So they're never gonna do crossplay either. This my boyfriend bought it on his PS5, but we aren't gonna be able to play together unless he plays on a PC. He's not working with the gear I'm working with, man. Anyway, I do want to get a new one though. Clean the cap. I do want a new one, but you know, I want it to be right, and I want it to be super cute. Like, I want to have my rainbow lights and everything. I want to have it cute. I'm gonna have my setup so cute. Like, oh my god, look at that. And I want a black desk. Everybody always does white. I don't want white. I want black desk. Proper life. Free chance. Marching souls of the Alessian Order. The Arch among stream. To sleep, to drain of Tamriel, unsullied by a newly owl. Man aid tell us, Malu guide us. One child of man could fail to be in bliss if man were elven free. Man aid tell us, Malu guide us. We, willing march to heed your call. Devoted, pious, one and all. Man aid tell us, Malu guide us. Your mandates we embrace. A song never sung at twilight. That is not cruel which cures, O faith, charity, rigor. By faith, true heart endures, O hope, clarity, vigor. 77 shall guide us, O praise, honor, and duty. Alessia lives inside us, and truth is one with beauty. The 43rd praise song of Alessia. My very inner organs swell when I am called upon to tell of glory and expunging taint in honor of our blessed saint. Alessia, all praise to her, who freed men from the hated myrrh. Thrice blessed are those who emulate her sanctified, uplifting hate. This, never that. This, never that. Oh my god. That's ghetto. This, never that. Okay. Oh, we got a black horse, period. Oing, 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 oing. level up. Okay, let's choose a nice new one-handed weapon. Oh, hold on. Let's go ahead and get this inventory.
At Geldog, it says, Companion's Dagger.
I didn't mean to do that, but okay. bounty. I need that. The next skill upgrades I get, I'm gonna have to get that, y'all, because woo. Okay. Okay. Not mad. Cause I could've just had that real quick. No. Okay. Now what we doing is we clearing our missions up. I only got 4 left. Cause all I wanna do is the main quest, and then this is a prologue to leave the country. Gwendis, a member of the Raven Watch, is trying to learn more about the Great Host. I offered to accompany her on her quest. I need to meet with Gwendis, a member of the Raven Watch, to find out more about the Great Host. So, first we're gonna go talk to the Queen people, handle this dungeon, and then start on the main quest. Alright. What's the thing going on over there? What's this right here? Dahlia. Okay, no traveling then. Oh, that's far. And so is this. Either way, I'm gonna be riding for a minute. Okay, I go here and then we're gonna phone down. Damn, that's a ride. It was a ride either way. But that looked like it's a little bit longer than I can't tell. I can't tell which one is longer. But this looks like it's an easier trip. You just get right on the road and hit it, you know. My birthday's on the 7th. I'm turning 30. Y'all know I ain't got no plans, right? I just wanna go to the city and get me a pan of seafood. Oh, Fisherman's Island. Yeah, I need that. And I'm not telling y'all which one I go to, but it's the best one. And if you're from the city, you're gonna know which one is the best one I'm talking about. And yeah, that's where I'm. Ooh, why did I do that? See, this is how I know y'all know I don't be paying no attention, because I was not supposed to head this way. I done went in the city. I was right there. I was supposed to get on the road and take that road around there yonder to that there mission, and I was gonna go there and fix them to handle me that, you know. I know that was a weird accent, but I don't care. Okay, so I need to turn around and run it on down to here. Yeah, that's where we're headed. All right, so we were here. Let's call Big Pimpin'.
Zithraba.
Yeah. Okay. And then there's an option of us to turn here. And they say make that turn. Yeah, and come on down. Just follow it down.
running orders to me.
What you got at the stove room? Nothing I need. Alright.
Yeah.
Just got my equipment together. Oh, speaking of equipment, I sure did just get new weapon. And I need that. Let me see. That and that. Okay, so we put that in the main hand. Back off hand. We're gonna put in the mace. And then main hand backup is gonna be Bloodthorn dagger, main off backup hand. Gonna make the profit. Boom. We got the poison backup. Okay. Oh no, we got wasting my space right here. Yeah, ain't nobody. Ain't nobody. If I can't use it, I don't keep it. Look at that. Talking about one. Period. Alright. Let's get back.
Tired of walking? Very well.
Okay, I think this is it. And it is. Put that up. Let's chit
Since your impressive feat in Volkelgard, you're all the Queen can talk about.
I'm honored.
As you should be. She could use your help. The Queen is here to perform a ritual. She seeks a blessing, but the dead have grown angry. They attack without provocation.
What's going on?
Not sure. The dead are beyond my ken, I'm afraid. She readies herself on the far side of Tanzelwil. I tried to convince her to return another day, but she's determined. Will you go to her? I fear for her life.
I'll offer her what aid I can. Let's help the Queen. She going through it.
We call upon our honored ancestors to pass on their memory and wisdom.
Your ancestors disavow you, false one.
Show me your
The
claws!
veiled queen is the rightful heir, and Norian
My
shall
queen,
end your
look
reign.
out.
Well, that could have gone better. Maybe it's all that royal we nonsense. We call upon our ancestors. It's all rather condescending, isn't it?
Well, you are the Queen.
Don't remind me. This ceremony is supposed to show Oridon that I honor our people's culture and heritage. It's supposed to show that our ancestors see me as the rightful heir. I guess our ancestors have ideas of their own.
Why did that spirit threaten you?
I don't know. It mentioned Norian, my advisor. You met him in Volkelgard, I believe. My friend, something has gone wrong here. I hate to ask your aid again, but I must.
Just tell me what to do.
There are 2 priestesses elsewhere in the ruins, women I trust. If Norian has turned against me, I fear for their lives. Stand with them as they perform their parts of the ceremony. Keep them safe.
As you say, my Queen.
These ceremonies are important to my people, which makes them important to me, I guess.
What will you do here, my Queen?
Continue the rituals, of course. The priestesses are waiting on me. No unquiet dead will keep me from finishing what I began here.
Why do you perform the rituals?
It's as I said, the ceremonies are for the people. They've always been a part of crowning a new Altmeri monarch. The people are already nervous about my extended absence. They need to know they can trust me.
Why would Norian turn against you? And who is the Veiled Queen?
I've no idea who the Veiled Queen might be. Perhaps the leader of that Veiled Heritance group? And in my estimation, Norian would sell his own mother if he thought he'd get a good price at the market.
So Norian's treachery is no surprise, then?
Norian was a staunch supporter of my father, and after him, Naaman's bid for rule. He was very vocal in his disappointment when I returned and took the crown. For Norian, it's all a power game, and I wasn't playing his way.
The Veiled Inheritance? The group Astanya was with?
Just so. I had hoped Astanya led some kind of small splinter group, or gave a grandiose name to a group of thugs. If they can strike at us here through Norian, they're a viable threat.
Indeed. Alright, let's go help these feeble. Underlings of the Queen.
I swear, it's like being home for a New Life Festival. The family's been drinking since noon, and everyone wants you dead. Ah, Volkelgard, of course. Welcome to Tanzelville. I swear, it's like being home for a New Life Festival. The family's been drinking since...
8 the pieces of the western ritual and at the northern ritual side. Okay. Let's find her. Who's closer? Northern. Guess the western isn't available yet. Okay. Says above.
Split up!
I am on live. I'm live streaming currently. I'm gonna do a BRB in a second. Keep all of this.
protect me as I complete my prayers to the ancestors.
May the ancestors bless you. May the ancients guide you through your days.
They gave me a shit. I'll just let him handle it. He got it. Alright.
May we be honored by your humble prayers and offerings. The ritual is complete. You may go.
Family priestess and she performs the ritual at the western side.
Help me. She's gone mad.
Alright. Journal of Priestess Arwenwen. At the Queen's behest, I have agreed to perform an important part of the ritual honoring the ancestral spirits. Since many of the ancestors have grown hostile, I plan to do this in a quiet grove where I often meditate. The area is usually only occupied by a lone spirit named Colinwe. While mischievous and enigmatic, Colinwe knows me and has always tolerated my presence in the past. I feel certain it will be a safe place to perform the ritual ceremony. Yours and Zox's, Priestess Arwen. These names throw me off, make me get to going, and it blows me.
Did you see her? She tried to kill me. Colinwe is an ancestral spirit that haunts this grove. She's always been a mischievous one, but I've never seen her. She's lying in wait, ready to pounce as soon as I lower my defenses. I can't complete the Queen's ceremony unless you banish her from this plane. Be careful. She'll tear your throat out if you give her half the chance.
And I don't know what's going on. I see two of you. I see like a... Yeah, you guys are layered up. That's interesting. Give me that sky shard. Oh, is that you? Okay.
Silence at last.
May the spirit of our ancestors bless us and guide us. May we honor their memories with our actions and our thoughts. I must suffer soon.
The ancients bless you for your prayers.
Alright.
My friend returns. Are the rituals completed? Are the priestesses safe?
Yeah.
That's a relief. Thank you. Now comes the tricky bit. The final ritual must take place inside the ancestral tombs, where, I would imagine, the most powerful dead dwell. If I am to be queen, I must look fear in the face and conquer it. How can I ask my people to have faith in me if I don't have faith in myself?
Then my place is at your side.
I was a warrior before I became queen. I can handle myself. But you're determined, and I know you're foolhardy enough. I would welcome your company.
It would be my honor.
I can handle myself. I was a warrior long before I became a queen.
Yes. and
Your
you said
Majesty,
that before.
let me come with you.
I should warn you. 3 coins say Norian is down in the crypts. Well, no. But to control these spirits so completely, he'd have to be close. The crypt is a winding complex with plenty of places for quiet spellcasting.
Are you ready to face him?
I'm prepared for anything. If he's sided with this veiled queen, he's a traitor. That means we end him here and now. Are you with me?
After you, my queen. And let's do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Let's do it.
No!
That thing should have been there.
It feels good to draw my sword again.
And does it now? Ooh, that's a drop.
Don't want to stay down here any longer than we have to.
Okay, well, come on. Show me where we need to go.
The ancestors have forsaken you.
My sword is thirsty.
Ain't getting a sip of water with you and them slow
Foolish
hits.
girl. Our people will never name you that queen.
Destroy that crystal over there. I'll take out the crystal by the door.
Yeah, the crystal over there with the enemy. Girl. You was hoping I did that. You knew you didn't want to handle nothing. Do the one over there next to the enemy. I'm gonna do the one.
Time to destroy this crystal and move on.
Came down here to play. She came down here to play. She full of it. Slow ass hits. She had me parched. Woo. All right. I'm gonna do it. What's that?
The veiled queen will lead us.
And I want you to handle him. took forever to handle that. He's like, I can't watch. Yeah, cause it's slow. This is ridiculous. But you need to do something. Cause you just been letting me handle your lightweight for real. Oh, you can't see me. You can't see me. Just lay with it. She want her to keep her blade thirsty. So I'm letting her right. Your blade wet?
I feel the ancestors guiding me.
Girl, please.
Do you need a rest?
Oh. I know she ain't trying to play with me. Aha! Do I need a rest? Girl, do you? With them slow hits, you giving out of breath. It's giving washed up, tired.
Why struggle, I read?
I be
This can
wow,
only
look at that. You see that? It's going one after the other, from the shoulders. Talking about is you tired. Bitch, is you tired? Look at you trying to over me. It's time to defeat Norian. Come on, sis, where you at? I know you're not making me really wait for you. I know you're not really sitting somewhere. Dragon.
By the big moon.
I did not see that.
Far, far, far.
Get up in there. Bow. We'll handle him, baby. She just sitting there looking like she about to do some ain't bust a grape.
Foolish girl. I serve the veiled queen. She is our true
Betrayed your people. True order do not consort with savages and beasts.
Mercy and civility is for the moon.
Miriam got what he deserved. Time this ritual was ended. May the ancestors bless us with their wisdom and protection.
Nobody.
The ancestors honor your prayers. May the light of the Eight bless you and guide you.
Let your reign be long and peaceful.
It's finished. Let's get out of this dark place. Follow me.
Keeping the inventory free, baby. Keeping the inventory free. Where'd she just go?
You risked everything to help me. You're too modest. Thank you, my brave and noble friend. Until we meet again, wherever the road may take us. Go carefully on the roads, my friend. You're a valuable resource to the Dominion. And me, of course.
You're welcome, darling. And that is how you complete a mission real quick. Now, let's see, we got 3 left, and so really 1. We're gonna go clear this cave. There's some spiders and stuff in there, and then, yeah. Look at that. Okay, so show it on the map. Okay, show it on the map. the spindle Dutch. Deadly whispers. The alien ruins of Dwinoth that grinned down from the bluffs above Hagfin were plundered and emptied out generations ago, but it seems there are forgotten mine tunnels beneath the lowest levels of Dwinoth that might not be quite so empty.
On your feet, you louts. We're going back in.
Second life, but I can still lose it. Turn my tummy to me.
Do that while dead. Shut up. Bro. And they just watching while I'm getting my shit beat in. They lame as hell. They know they can't do shit. They be jumping. That shit petty.
A fight, is it?
Still can't with them. Is this just one of those dungeons where you need people, or you gotta be really up there in the level? Because I'm continuing to get my ass and I just can't seem to win. And I'm not wasting my potion fluid. I am what you call a practical gamer. Okay? I'm just gonna be realistic about my expectations. Waste all my resources. Just go level up, come back with the ass later. You know what I'm saying? Live to fight another day vibes. So, what we're gonna do now, since it doesn't look like this is happening, I'm just gonna leave it here. And it levels up with me. The dungeon levels up with me. I'm level 25, the dungeon's level 25. So, I'm either going to need more people to assist me, which I currently only have a companion. That's not enough for what's going on. So, yeah. We're gonna go ahead. Alright. We're gonna just go and pay the 300 and that's unfortunate. We just wasted getting it. I think it's petty that they charge you for the recall. So if I got no money and you gotta do missions to get money, I gotta walk everywhere. That's wow. That's good. Petty. Let's do it. Let's splash a lot. You just try this one. The Albrecht solo instance. Once the prophet was a man of vigor and strength. Some harrowing experiences aged and diminished him, leaving him blind and almost feeble. What happened to you, poor baby? Okay, sorry, I had to snap at my cat so I can leave my mic alone. You just be having stuff here. Oh, she's playing. Okay, Lyris. Playing the lute. Lyris and the
You are
lute.
safe. Good fortune did not abandon us entirely. Despite many days of meditating and scrying, Sai Sahan's whereabouts still elude me. The projection that you witnessed in the Foundry of Woe showed him to be in great peril. If we are to find him, I will need your help, Vestige. Though Sai remains hidden from my sight, Lyris brings news that an agent of the enemy lurks in Daggerfall. Fear is on the lips of the people. Darkness walks among them. Even a blind man can sense it. It is the hand of Menemarko. If it is truly an agent of Menemarko's worm cult, it may provide us with a clue that will hasten our search.
Okay.
Seek this agent, but tread carefully. The worm cult is a cult of necromancy, and the undead are fearsome opponents.
Okay, I guess my cats are hungry. When I fed them, it was this morning, like 4 a.m. I want to say. Let's go ahead and clean everybody's bowl real quick. While I'm trying to eat, you occupy your time with that instead of messing with my microphone. Alright. Here we go. Now, how can I find this agent?
Venture to Daggerfall. Speak to old maid
Venture to
Maxell
Daggerfall.
and Husnia the mercenary.
Okay,
it was
calm
on
down.
their lips that Lyris first
Relax.
heard murmurs of trouble
Breathe.
lurking in the shadows. Locate this agent of evil. Return with any personal effects they carry with them.
The juice is eating me up, y'all. It's Minute Maid fruit punch. I'll find something in return. Alright, investigate Daggerfall. He's took to Maxell and to Husnia. Alright, Husnia, okay. Let's get up in that way. Up through the corners to the entrance bay. I need a group of people. I need some friends. I need some friends. I need some friends. I need some folks to play. I need some folks to play.
You're new to Daggerfall, aren't you? I know everyone in town.
Have you noticed any other strangers in the city?
I don't like to gossip, but there's been an Imperial vagrant nosing around for the past few weeks. Suspicious-looking fellow. I actually saw him picking through the trash outside the castle a few weeks ago. I've no idea where he is now.
You're obviously as observant as you are beautiful. Is there anything else you can tell me? Oh my god.
I'm sorry, but I am not in the habit of ogling strange...
Oh. Somebody said you were ogling.
It's true. I'm a restful weird.
Let me in the Rosy Lion. Come on around the bend here. She's over on the other side of the bar. Who's Naya?
Who's this now?
Oh, she's
I bet
cute.
you've got a wild tale or two to share.
I was hoping you'd have a tale for me about a stranger in town.
Present company excluded? Well, there was a dodgy-looking Imperial hanging out in a doorway near Southgate Alley this morning. He was eyeballing everyone who happened by. Seemed like a cutpurse looking for an easy mark, if you ask me.
Is there anything else you
Sorry,
can tell me?
that's all I've got. I'd be willing to bet he's staying on the south side of town, though.
I guess I'll be searching for some capabilities. So I need to learn persuasion. There's some abilities, some passive abilities that I still don't have yet, people. Okay. Let's get around here. Let's get around here. Quickly. Search the Southgate building. What you got on? You must have went and made you some armor. I'm gonna make that another task, because you have to do stuff to stay up in the know. Shells. Let's get into the shells. Shells? Anyone home? Another problem. The worms retreat.
A fine resistance. Rest now.
How dare you trespass here?
What is the meaning of this interruption? Why have you contacted me? This is Abner Tharn. Yes, your report, you insipid twit. What, did you contact me by accident? How dare you speak to me in such...
Journal. A strange request indeed. I was on my evening stroll, having a bite to eat in a back alley, when I noticed that the imperial neck I feasted upon bore a golden medallion. I recognized the trinket at once as the sigil of the cult of the Black Worm. While I considered this, I heard the dull thwack of a blunt object hitting flesh and bone, and my world went black. I awoke in a cave, bound to a chair, my head throbbing with bittersweet pain. A number of hooded cultists surrounded me, each with the unmistakable gleam of murder in his eyes. I quite liked them. One of the cultists seemed different than the others, and I recognized him as their leader almost immediately. He had a cold yet calm demeanor and seemed completely unafraid of me. He introduced himself as Abner Tharn. He was somewhat displeased that I had made my evening meal on one of his most loyal guards. Normally, he explained, I would have been discorporated for such an infraction, but he said he liked my style and my violent proclivities. He said he saw a lot of promise in me and would like to propose a mutual beneficial arrangement. If I agreed to join the worm cult, I could replace this agent. I would reside in a conveniently placed underground lair within the city limits, which would assure me a continued stream of meals, along with a virtually unlimited supply of black soul gems. The agreement did sound promising, but just to play Daedra's advocate, I asked what my alternative might be. In answer, Thorn opened a portal to Cold Harbor right at my feet. My chair began to teeter, and the screams of the damned filled my ears. Lovely to listen to, but not something I wish to experience firsthand. Needless to say, I chose servitude. Now, I while away my days guarding this wretched cavern while prowling the city streets after dusk. It's not a bad existence. In fact, I've even begun to take up the study of necromancy. At some point, perhaps Thon will consent to teaching me the final points himself. Time will tell, and I have all the time in the world, don't I? Or you did, and then I ended your existence.
This is Abner Tharn, the master... Yes, your report, you insipid twit. What, did you contact me by accident? How dare you speak to me in such a... Wait. You're not one of ours, are you? Color me intrigued. You speak to Abner Tharn. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't you contact me? Fascinating. Are you merely a blundering local, I wonder, or something more? Are you indeed? I didn't think that Redguard has-been had a single friend left. Not in this world, at any rate. Let me give you some free advice. Forget about Sahan. Even if I told you where he was, attempting a rescue would be suicidal.
Then you know
Of course I do. But do you really think I'd tell you and risk incurring Menemarco's wrath? I think not. Ah, the owner of this place returns. And he doesn't look pleased. Farewell.
What?
You! Get away from that!
Goes to the old tower by the unveiled Azadiah, songbird of Satakalam. Listen now, O estimable vizier. to a tale of a haunted tower. A haunted tower? Do you speak sooth? Many and more are the tales of ghost-haunted towers, until it seemed there must be hardly a tower that is not its spectre. Has the songbird's well of stories at last gone dry? Nay, be but patient, one who governs with wisdom, for the tale of the old tower of the fallen waste is unlike any you have heard before. Say, O then, O spellbinder, I will withhold judgment until I have heard the tale. Patience as well as wisdom. Truly you have earned all the accolades that are laid at your feet, honorable vizier. On with the story, songbird. I get enough honeyed words from the court from the Lickspittledorks at court. As you command, there was, high atop a pinnacle in a lonely corner of the fallen waste, a tall and ill-favored tower that had stood there long and long. In the days when the Red Guards warred against the Tuscan folk, a scout of the Bergama Gallants was commanded to take possession of this tower, thereupon to post himself as observer and sentry, and his name was Abademan of the Three Scars. And there at night, this Abademan was visited by the sorrowing ghost of a nubile maiden, or did the shade of his long-dead father appear to deliver a timely warning? Ah, but wait, I have it. The spirit of a murdered man moaned in the gloaming that he could not rest until his killing was avenged. Nay, none of these haps did eventuate, yet a haunting did occur, and strange to say, it took place in the golden light of noon. It happened in this wise. Abademan of the Three Scars had done his morning devoirs, which consisted of climbing the many steps to the top of the old tower, peering to every point of the compass, and making note of what he saw, which was nothing of import. So went he for a walk in the desert, for this Abademan liked to think, and when he thought he liked to walk. On this day of days, his wandering took him down to the arid flats beneath the towered pinnacle, and there his thoughts were interrupted, for his eyes beheld a wonder. Beneath the bright noonday sun stood a coterie of ghosts, gazing about as if awaiting an imminent event. Intriguing. This accords with no tale of haunting I have otherwise heard. Yet I assure your munificence, it was so. The ghosts were 8 in number, and though they were difficult to perceive clearly in the shimmering heat of daylight, their presence was undeniable. They were young Red Guards all, and were clad in the armor of soldiers like that of Abademan, yet unlike as well. He took one of these ghosts who had a commanding presence to be the officer of the others. When the officer raved to turn his head and locked eyes with Abademan, the scout, though stout of heart, cried out in surprise. Even I might do the same, I do confess it. Perhaps, though you must give me leave to doubt it. At the scout's cry, the ghost spake in a voice of echoes, saying, Well met, scout. Though the device upon your breast is unfamiliar, I see you are one of our soldiers. Are you he who will mete out justice to the one who betrayed us? Aha! A story of revenge, did I not say so? These ghosts are all the same. You are correct, your efficacy, and yet you are not. Shall I say on? Such is my will. I hear and obey. At these words, the brave Abademan was filled with wonder, and was moved to reply, saying, I know not of what you speak, spirit from across the great river, yet I would hear more. I am Captain Fada, said the spirit, and these are my soldiers, slain by treachery. We seek justice upon the traitor, yet we are confounded, for though dead we are unborn, and though murdered our killer has not harmed us. A riddle, by Tava's shining eye, and what said the scout to that? He said, You speak in enigmas, O captain, which as yet I cannot fathom. Tell me of how you were betrayed, that I might know more. The ghostly captain nodded and said that I may do. We were ordered to garrison the old tower, though we have not been so ordered. Unbeknownst to us, one of our number was beholden unto our enemies, the invading Imperials, though none have invaded. He did secretly admit them through our defenses, and we were undone, though no such event has occurred. And the traitor's name was a mill redhead. Ah, I see now. The ghost is mad and cannot speak words of sense. Nay, for the words abruptly made sense to Abademan, and he reeled back as if stricken. Alas, he cried, all is now clear. You are dead, though unborn, for your life and death are both yet to come. You speak of a treachery that has not yet occurred, but it will many years from now. You appear before me, O lamentable haunt, because I, and only I, am in a position to mete out justice to your betrayer. But this I will never do. How can this be? Explain forthwith. Alas, my vizier, a tale is like a river and flows only as it will, but this one nears its end. Though you will never do, though you are an honorable soldier, that you will never do. Though you are an honorable soldier, moaned the officer's ghost. Wherefore? Wherefore the name of my infant son is Emil, born with a red mark upon his hand. Therefore away, importunate ghost, for I shall not help you, and you cannot escape your fate. And then Abderman of the Three Scars turned his feet back up the trail to the old tower. So his son is basically going to grow up and betray these soldiers, and they're asking that he be killed before he has a chance to do such. And he has advised them that he will not, and you should accept your fate because this is his beloved son, and he will not betray him. That's wild. See, that's why I like to do the little stories, because they take you into a new world, just briefly, for a quick second, and then it's over, and you're left to ponder. I did come across a tale of two Khajiit. They were born very poor. They had no means to take care of themselves, and their parents died when they were young. So they end up running away from their village after it was attacked, and they knew their parents were dead. And they happened upon a group of bandits. And they knew they were bandits. They knew that it was not a worthy calling, but, you know, they were more in need of survival than morality at the time. After a while, though, that life did take its toll, and they grew tired. And the younger brother said to his oldest brother, I want out. I'm tired of living this life. Let's do one crazy big heist. Get the money we need to live and move on to Cyrodiil, away from Daggerfall, and start a new life as merchants, traveling merchants, honorable, respectable, and do our parents proud. The older brother said, okay, let's do it. I'll come up with an amazing plan. Always trying to think ahead, and he came up with a heist of a cargo ship, not a cargo ship, but a cargo cart. It was a carriage filled, that was supposed to be filled with gems, and they were tracking it. They were going to, of course, you know, divert that carriage and take the jewels. But things went awry, as they often do in these kinds of plans, and the carriage went over a cliff. The younger brother went down to the bottom to assess the damages, see what was left behind before anybody discovered the carriage, and noticed lots of pelts and furs and other goodies, but of course there were no jewels, but these pelts and furs were beautiful and exotic and well known amongst bandits, merchants, and traders alike to be of high quality and high value. So this would definitely cover the cost he would need to get to Cyrodiil, so he was happy. But then he looked over and saw his brother's lifeless body. And he knew that soon, you know, things would be discovered when the carriage didn't arrive, but he couldn't leave him there, so he got him away. And as he was carrying him away, he went back to the bandits and started trading, and came upon a merchant that requested the fur of his brother. He requested the fur of a Khajiit, and he was willing to pay 3 times more for the Khajiit fur than he was for any other fur that he had in his current collection. And he did it. He peeled his brother's skin and he gave it to that man for 3 times of the price. And then it became easy to continue killing and flaying not only fellow Khajiits, but other fur and skin based races. the Argonians, the Khajiit, and there was one other. But he flayed them all and eventually became the richest man in the world ever. And he was about to be executed for his crimes, but he had a lockpick that he'd been saving, and he knew when the guard switched, and he left that note so that the guards would find it. When they asked for his last meal, he asked for a pen, paper, and quill. And I thought it was to detail his life and make his amends, but it was actually to let them know that he was not going to be on the chopping block tomorrow. He was the richest man in the world with a lockpick in his hand, and he was going to get out. And he would continue his new calling. I can't believe that. That was wild. That was a wild story.
I think I read about this place in a book from my
like,
time.
For a few seconds, you're
It
like,
is quite
"Damn."
different from what I recall.
Stuff like that. And that's
Perhaps I
one of
misremember. Pay me no mind.
Skyrim Elder Scrolls many perks. Finish this, but I do want to go ahead and steal that port.
Ah, warm like the desert sands.
Get a drink. Give me that stew. Cinnamon grapples. Okay. Let's get the bread. Let's get the cheese. And the drink. We got us a whole meal, man. Let's see what's on the bookshelf. Heavy armor forging. Oh, and it gave me period. Heavy armor must be designed to take a lot of punishment. It will receive direct blows from all sorts of weapons while protecting the wearer. Leather strips are used to make the straps and bindings in all armor. Iron and steel are easy to work. Just heat them up and pound them into shape. The heat of the forge is not that critical. Avoid filing off any of the metal. Always try to conserve the metal and work it back into shape. Iron armor requires a large number of iron ingots. A smith might need a couple of dozen to complete a full set of iron armor. Steel armor primarily uses steel ingots, but some iron is used as well. Dwarven armor is made from dwarven metal. The secret of this metal was lost when the dwarves disappeared millennia ago. Now it can only be found as scrap in the ruins of their abandoned cities and fortresses. Orcish armor requires large amounts of orichalcum, melded with a bit of iron. Heat should be used sparingly, lest it become brittle. The orcs are masters of this technique, but it can be learned by any smith with patience and skill. Steel plate mail is made by adding steel to molten corundum. The alloy is stronger than either metal by itself. Corundum is a finicky metal requiring the heat from the forge to be steady and not very much. Ebony can only be worked when heated. It will develop small cracks that eventually shatter the material if hammered cold. Unlike most other armors, ebony will not alloy with iron. It must break pure. I can only tell you tales of how to make Daedric armor. I've never seen it myself, nor do I know anyone that has. The story stated it should always be worked on at night, ideally under a new or full moon, and never during an eclipse. A red harvest moon is best. Ebony is the principal material, and at the right moment, the Daedric heart must be thrown into the fire.
2 at Stinkies11. Hope to make a friend. Really want to clear some dungeons and need a party. Uneasy face.
Uneasy face. What's in here? Nothing. Okay, we got nothing in there. You got anything in the back? No. Anything in the nightstand? Not mustache, but this ghastly smelling Kwama Max is perfect for making facial hair set just so. So to a fence for gold. A mess. Okay, right. Hook me up with the venison. Anything in the cabinet? Okay. And let's get on out of here. Back to Daggerfall. So much going on. So much going on, guys. So what we're going to do right now is I'm going to be right back. Got to handle some oregano rolling. And I'm going to go and get my Cheez-Its. Yeah, it's time for a little snaggy snack. So, yeah. Pause.
I dare you to let me build you.
I'm on here trolling, playing. You supposed to let that be enough. Bro, wasn't I tripping? Come on,
nigga.
Like, what the fuck you want to do? Keep it in 100.
What the fuck you want to do? Come on.
Oh, hell no.
Bring the man out, nigga.
Oh, hell no.
Bring the man out, nigga.
Managers, dry your tears.
Why is everyone spiraling over?
Everyone knows you need a lawyer after a car accident.
You
Come here.
Cause I'm drowning off food, sleeping in the ocean.
Didn't the prophet
I'd rather drop top twins, killing on the motion. Don't wanna waste my kids, missing out emotion. How now, baby, now you can slow me down.
You were chosen by Emperor.
Yeah, I'm tired, but I'm not tied down.
The five included Varen, myself, Red Guard, Sai Sahan, Abner Tharn. You only know him as the man who killed you in stores. Back then, he was Emperor Varen's most trusted advisor. It was Metamarco who convinced Varen. Varen wasn't a true dragonborn either. He didn't share Alessia's bloodline. Metamarco said the amulet could change all that. For the sake of using it to form a ritual to return Varen. It took us more than 2 years. We finally recovered the amulet and returned to Cyrano to perform the ritual. Metamarco set us up. The ritual caused a violent explosion of magical energy. We lost Varen. Sai Sahan and I were declared outlaws. Metamarco convinced the Elite Council to recognize Abner Tharn's daughter Clivia as Empress Regent. Metamarco was the true power behind the throne. Sai Sahan and I went into hiding. It was about time. Well, the legend says that the dragonfires were created from the blood of Akatoshi and given to Alessia. When a new emperor is crowned, there's so much to relight the very true heir of Alessia. It took us more than 2 years. We finally recovered the amulet and returned to Cyrano to perform the ritual. Metamarco says Abner Tharn is the Grand Chancellor of the Council and chief advisor to his daughter, the Empress Regent. He is also Metamarco's tutor. Tharn's first loyalty is to his family and the Empire. He's a ruthless bastard when it comes to defending. The worm cult obviously doesn't share those loyalties. Tharn would never trust them. He's too much of a coward to betray them. Maybe. But what can we offer him? He's already got more gold than the gods themselves. I know.
Top twins, killing on the motion.
Talk more later.
You can't buy it. Better give me a sign, show me there's no crying. Cause I'm drowning off food, sleeping in the ocean. I'd rather drop top twins, killing on the motion. Don't wanna waste my kids, missing out emotion. How now, baby, now you can slow me down. Yeah, I'm tired, but I'm not tied down.
pleasure to speak with another knowledge seeker. Guildmaster Vanus will be pleased. We're book hunters, of a sort. We seek out new information, capture it in our libraries, and make copies for distribution across Tamriel. The Guild doesn't care about battlefields or boundaries, just knowledge and the act. We provide training in unique spells and abilities only available to members. And from time to time, projects crop up for those with an adventuresome spirit. You may end up working with the Guildmaster himself. Excellent! Allow me to welcome you as a student of the Guild. I suggest you begin by talking to Velast, our mistress
Your
of
favorite
Incunabula.
movies are on
She's at the
YouTube.
back of
Get
the hall and
MGM
often
Plus,
has tasks
Paramount
for new
Plus,
recruits.
Stars, and more
Good luck.
on YouTube.
An unexpected guest, Vestige. My attempts to use the Orb of Discourse to locate Sai-Sahan did not meet with success, so I decided to try a more direct approach. I used it as it was intended and contacted Abner Than. He admits that he knows Sai-Sahan's location, but he will not reveal it. He demands to speak with you directly.
We meet again, Vestige. I wish to speak with you on a matter of some urgency. Menimarco and his vile master have dark and terrible plans for this world. If you wish to stop them, you need to find the Amulet of Kings. But to find the amulet, you must first locate Sai-Sahan. Of course I do. And I might be willing to share that information. For a price. If Menimarco learns that we've spoken, he'll have me executed. I'm a danger to him. I know too much. Therefore I, Abner Than, Chancellor of the Elder Council, Overlord of Nibene, formally request asylum. Do I look to be in a mirthful mood? There comes a point when even a patriot's loyalty is stretched too far, when the things he has done, and has seen done, become too much to bear.
With the YouTube music app, you can discover remix after remix after remix after remix. Ooh, I love that house version.
If you
try
retrieve
1 month free.
Menimarco's fortress and grant me asylum, I will give you Sai-Sahan. You can't. And you'd be a fool to trust me completely. But the facts remain. You need me if you wish to find Sai Sahan, and I must keep my head if I am to ensure the continuance of the Empire. Neither of us has a choice.
Tharn is quite correct. We have little choice in the matter.
You can't be serious. How can we possibly trust him?
You appear to have arrived in the wretched Squalor, a shantytown of soul-shriven outside Manimarco's castle. As luck would have it, Manimarco is away on some errand for the Daedric Prince. The castle garrison is not on alert, so you should only encounter a token defense. The main gate is sealed, but there are undoubtedly other routes one might take. You're the hero, aren't you? Improvise.
What a skeever. Improvise, he says. I can't believe we're risking our lives to rescue that skeeving horker. Subtlety and stealth. Let's not bring the entire castle guard down on our heads. And didn't he say this was a town of soul-shriven? Maybe we can find one who knows his way around. Try to be inconspicuous. We just got free of this place. The last thing we need is to get recaptured.
Who are you? You don't look shriven. Are you one of those worm cult bastards? That's easy. All you've got to do is get captured, killed, and stuffed into a soul gem like yesterday's laundry. If you're serious, Cadwell could probably get you in. Might be too late though. They just chased him into the guardhouse.
Why am I not surprised to find Cadwell here? He certainly does get around.
This Cadwell.
I say, jolly good timing. Lyris enchanted, as always. And you're looking fit for someone, so, how can I put it? Deficient in the soul department? Wherever the forces of evil prey upon the innocent, wherever souls are stolen and bodies shriven, wherever a people cry out for justice, there goest I. I mean, this whole eternal servitude business is rather nasty, don't you agree? Tiberius Garters, why? Lovely grounds, no question, but it's positively brimming with angry cultists carrying rather large weapons. I see. A rescue, is it? Well, that's a different kettle of fish, isn't it? There is a cistern that drains drains into the waterway. The door is locked, but that's not stopped me before. Why don't you meet me there and we'll see what's what?
That might be our best chance to get inside.
Watch yourself.
Joe Jet, it is done.
Leave it to the Daedra to fill a cave with bones and muck.
You keep up nicely. I can't abide dawdlers. This whole bloody castle sits on top of an ocean of unstable oblivion, what's it? The Daedra use pipes to control the flow of it all, and it comes out as steam. Well, most of the doors in here are sealed with pressure from that steam. It's all rather complicated, but in a nutshell, if I can tamper with the pipes, we can open the doors to the inner keep, and you can slip inside. Well, I can handle the tinkering, but you'll have to keep the beasties off me. It will be quite a romp. Are you game? Onward! Ha-ha!
Unshackle your mind.
Don't worry, this will get you inside with a minimum of fuss.
このままじゃお前死ぬよ。
ああ、そっか、私。
どうする？言っとく？
どうして、どこからこんなことになっちゃったんだっけ。今なんか踏んづけ。あ、すみません、すみません、本当にすみません。
大丈夫？はい。
ありがとうございます。
メガネずれてる。
本当にすみませんでした。
みちる遅いよ。
ごめんね。
もうぼーっとしてるんだから。あ、私やっぱりそっちの方がいいな。え、ダメ？嫌ならいいんだけど。
そんなことないよ。
あれ？私のパンないじゃん。ほんとみちるはどんくさいんだから。
ごめんね。私もう一回買いに。
落とし物。
気をつけてね。
なんで B 君がみちるに？ A 君にも微笑みかけられちゃって。
A、B？
ほら、奇跡の生還者。半年前の立教陥没事故。
20人くらい亡くなった。
その中で奇跡的に無傷で助かった少年 A、B。それが2人なんだよ。未成年ってことで名前は公表されてないけど、この辺じゃ有名な話。少年 A こと立花使徒くん。女子の間ではアイドル的存在。少年 B こと赤月千佳くん。学校にもあまり来ないし、なんか近寄りがたいけどこの学校ではレアなタイプの男の子だしね。
メガネ！
人の話聞いてない罰だよ。
返して！
反省するまでダメ。やだ、すごいうろたえっぷり。おかしい。
それがないと私。見た？まだ見ちゃった。しかもあんな。神様。
お前が軽率な真似をするからだ。これに懲りたら少しは。
俺が俺の手をどう扱おうが勝手だろうが。
俺の手でもある。
そうだがな。さっきの足跡がくっきりだ。まったく。
次に落としたら殺すからな。
そりゃ無理じゃねえの。
メガネ。よかった。
そうなんです。2年の長谷川が。
そうですか。もう3日も連絡がないんですか？
家出の類だと思うんですが。こちらに相談に来たことは？
いえ、特には。
そうですか。では。
北さん、大丈夫？
はい、すみません。
もう少し休んでから帰りなさい。あなた、ダイエットでもしてるんじゃ。
There you are. Quick as you please. There's even time for pleasure. Think nothing of it. The merest trifle, truly. You'll find this Tharn fellow at the top of the Tower of Bones. You'll need to make your way through the keep's heart to get to it, but it's not terribly... I understand the King of Worms has set him to the task of inspecting the soul gems that find their way into the castle. Which is to say, well, all of them. You'll see crates of the things scattered around the premises. Indeed? Well, I might just take you up on that. But safety first. I'll stay here for the nonce and make sure nothing comes to bugger up our little adventure from behind.
Sir Cadwell came through again. That crazy night is starting to grow on me. Should I be worried?
Oh no, hear me out. How many Tharns does it take to rule an empire?
Shut up. I'm trying to work here.
None. The one on the throne is a patsy, and the one in the tower isn't useful anymore.
That's not even funny. Get back to work, would you?
What? It's true. Lord Manamarco is gonna peel his skin off and make a particularly ugly flesh atronach out of it. Mark my words.
If you don't help me, I'll make sure you're sewn up right alongside him. Now shut up.
You, hurry up. The worms are on the move.
For him, he'll go away.
There you are. I was beginning to think you were captured. The door at the top of the tower has sealed with a warded barrier. I've seen the worms use similar sorceries before. Here's a thought. The flesh atronachs that patrol the castle halls are assembled in a laboratory very close to the warded door. If you created your... It's a simple process. A child of 5 could do it. Unfortunately, we don't have a child of 5, so I'll be forced to walk you through it. You'll need some good-sized chunks of flesh. Take them to the laboratory and I'll contact you there.
Going near the city butcher for a while, I'll tell you that much. It takes a lot to make me ill, but this is getting there. Not the most glamorous task, is it? Lung?
Never sleeps of its own accord.
Put everything in the circle. Put everything in the circle and we'll begin. Not very big, is it? Oh well. Now, cast the ritual from the book. Ha! We'll make a necromancer of you yet. You're not far now. Through the door and to the summit. Begone, insufferable worms. I'm working as fast as I can. On the side! So, we meet in person at long last. You look taller in your projection. And not a moment too soon. If I had to inspect one more bloody soul gem, I'd have thrown myself from the tower. A fair question. I know things. Things that can help you. Here's a bit to whet your appetite. Menemarco isn't doing any of this to serve Molag Bal. His ultimate plan is to out-scheme the god of schemes and to replace him. The Amulet of Kings is the key to everything. Why do you think he kidnapped Sai-Sahan? He's torturing him, trying to get him to reveal the amulet's hiding place. Precisely. With the amulet at his command, Manimarco believes he can trap Molag Bal's essence and absorb his power. He seeks to become a god himself. I'd love to discuss this further, but this is hardly the place. Get me to a safe haven and I will tell you the rest. That was our agreement, was it not? Now, let's... wait.
Now, Tharn. No telling my secrets. Go to your room, Abner. I will deal with you shortly. Ah, dear Lyris. Your old position at the Foundry is still available. We'll even give you your own set of unbreakable chains. And you, the thorn in my side, the pebble in my shoe. How strong are you? Shall we test your limits? Infuriating. The process drains the energy from most victims, yet you keep fighting. How much more can you take, I wonder?
You look fatigued.
Manimarco, you dare attack the Chancellor of the Elder Council. His power wanes, Vestige. Strike him down, while his attentions are on me.
How dare you betray me, Tharn?
He will not remain discorporated for long. His consciousness will be adrift for a few moments, but that is all. Because Manimarco has delusions of godhood. He cares nothing for the Empire. He seeks only power. I've never done battle with him before. He's far more powerful than I imagined. Oh well, first things first. We need to get out. We certainly can't go back the way you came in. I'd imagine they're swarming the grounds already. There's a refuse chute further down the path. It's a bit of a drop, but we'll probably survive.
You must be the ugliest princess ever rescued from a tower, Tharn.
I'm shocked your lack of education and repeated blows to the head haven't dulled your wit, Titanborn.
Hello again. Need a way out? I'll have that open in just a moment. Okay, well, it's what I do. Come with you? You mean leave Cold Harbor? Well, I don't know. It's been a very long time since I've seen the world I left behind. Do you think it's wise? Well, that's settled then. And after all, you do need someone to lead you out of here. Onward! Into the chute, come on!
Quickly! I've opened another portal. Hurry!
Share your thoughts with me.
My estates, my titles, my own life, it's all forfeit now. All in the name of prison. Of course. I am Abner Tharn. It will take more than a few brainless cultists to rattle these.
This nigga say, I am Abner Tharn. No. Yeah, I wasn't unmuted. I'm back, y'all. As y'all can see.
Ah, yes. Truth be told, I don't know the precise location, but I do know that he is Manimarco's prisoner.
You do know that he's Manimarco's prisoner. Come on, man. You in the way and stuff. You're doing too much. You're doing too much. She's really getting on my nerves, bro. Like, that ass. Like, no caps a lot. No caps a lot! Okay.
Now, before you lose your temper, let me clarify. I don't know precisely where he is, but I can find out. I'll just need a little time.
What? You son of a bitch!
Ah! Are you insane? Get away from me, you brutish she-troll!
Yes, stand down.
He said nothing but lie to us from the beginning.
You brutish she-troll and diabolical.
He'll always be Manimarco's toady.
Please. Manimarco wants me dead. Did I pretend to capitulate to him? Yes, I did. Do you have any idea how many lives I saved by doing so?
The only thing you saved was your holdings in your own hide, you pompous ass.
Enough. Abner had no choice, Lyris. And we are guilty of our own deceit, are we not? The time has come for the Vestige to know the truth.
What's this?
Oh, shit.
The Vestige doesn't know? Oh, this is rich.
Sire, don't.
Vestige, until now, you've only known me as the Prophet. But that is not my true name. I am Varen Aquilarius.
Our fallen emperor, in the tattered robes of a moth priest, blind as a newborn kitten.
I am sorry I deceived you, Vestige.
He just eating y'all alive. He said,
You're
"Boy,
angry.
newborn what?"
It is to be expected. I was once, but no more. My name is Varen Aquilarius. In truth, I feared you'd kill me where I stood if you knew who I was. You certainly wouldn't have allied with us so readily. I caused this, all of this. If Moloch... You must not blame Lyris. She did as I instructed. She's my sworn protector. But she is also your ally. You have my solemn promise, Vestige. When this is over, if you still judge me harshly, you can end my life. I will offer no resistance. We must find Saisahan. Everything depends on that. In this matter, nothing. Abner and I must confer. We will contact you again when we have more information. I did not foresee.
So you lying, they lying, everybody lying. Okay.
Manimarco fears him, and with good reason.
Sounds realistic.
He can help us. I feel certain of it.
Niggas be lying. Let me go, give me some money. Cause y'all know y'all play in my face. For real, for real. That was some diabolical work. It's really giving betrayal. Un momento. All right, I got my oregano. Yeah, y'all know what time I'm on. Y'all know what time. It's oregano time. All right. All right. Now, where we headed? Let's see. What's the next one?
I understand your anger, Vestige, but I hope you will give me the opportunity to make reparations.
I'm sorry I lied to you. I wanted to tell you the truth, but the Varen didn't think it was wise. I hope you can forgive us. After Menemarco betrayed us, Tharn went right on being his lapdog so that his daughter Clivia could remain on the throne. He's a traitorous pig. Bastard had it coming. Varen will figure something out. Maybe Tharn can actually help us, but I still don't trust him. He'll knife us in the back.
Varen and I have work to do, but you and I will talk again.
wants to speak to you. Go to the Daggerfall Mages Guild. Quick, quick!
How you gonna interrupt my flow? I was on my way, so getting ready to leave town.
The guild has need of you, comrade.
Over here! We have much to discuss, you and I.
Okay, I'm just gonna, cause I wanna look at the bookshelf. Which I get. Period. I like that. Ooh, I love that. We definitely gotta read this. This just leveled your girl up just for opening the book, bro. I'm finna do this for the whole library because I need everything leveled up. And reading books just level you up. I like that because that's knowledge. That's power, period. I love that they promote reading. Okay, what's wrong with being a reader? I love reading. Wolfmare's Guide to Better Thieving by Wolfmare Shadowcloak. So you want to make it as a cut purse. You want to live the life of a criminal. Always one step ahead of everyone and pockets brimming with gold drakes. Maybe it appeals to you to try and earn a living by robbing some wealthy merchants or extorting your local shopkeepers. Let me give you a bit of advice. Don't bother. For every skilled thief I've met in my day, I've seen 20 who thought that they had what it took but ended up rotting in jail. But if you're anything like me, you don't listen to advice. You do whatever you want and never let anyone else tell you otherwise. To oblivion with risk. All that matter is the coin. Sound familiar? If it does, then this book might just teach you the difference between acting like a petty thief and a master criminal. I know what you're thinking. Who's this Wolfmare? Who does he think he is, telling me how to be a better thief? What makes him an expert? Simple. Maybe you heard about that heist in Mournhold when the Arcanon's secret diamond ring went missing? Or perhaps the tale of an elder scroll gone missing from the White Gold Tower reach your ears? That's right. It was yours truly. I've done just about every kind of job you can imagine, and I've got the drakes put away to prove it. How else could the next thief find the resources to publish his own book? Now that I have your attention, let's start with two of the most fundamental skills you'll need to sharpen if you want to make it as a cut purse. Picking locks and picking pockets. Period. Hold on, y'all. Before you roll your eyes or throw this book aside to discuss, I can promise you that the easiest way you're going to get caught is by ignoring the basics. But if you can master these activities, you'll find yourself spending a coin. Picking pockets is one of the easiest skills to learn, but you'd be surprised how often I've seen novice thieves muck it up. The lesson here is twofold. First, know your surroundings. And second, know your approach. Where and when you decide to go fishing is just as important as who you choose as your mark. Follow them a while. There's never a need to rush. Wait until there's somewhere isolated in your earshot when it guards. And most importantly, always know when to let the mark go. Getting pinched simply isn't worth the risk. There'll always be plenty of other marks who'll come along with their pockets full. As far as the approach goes, don't drop in your crouch until you're completely out of the mark's view, directly behind and preferably close to them. Don't spend too long deciding what you'll lift either. A good thief should be able to hit a mark and make off with something valuable in less than 5 seconds. Last of all, flying this trade at night will greatly reduce your chances of getting caught. If you have no other choice and you have to do it in the daylight, just make sure you aren't out in the open. Lockpicking is an art form that takes years to master. The important thing to remember is that no two are alike, each one behaving completely different. As long as you keep your wits about you and your patience, you'll find them easy to defeat than you'd initially expect. Good picks are always essential. Make sure you have plenty of them tucked away in your pockets. Always take your time and keep a light touch on the picks. When the tumblers begin to fall into place, you should feel the pick tremble ever so slightly. This means you're near the sweet spot. Slow down at that point and only move the picks with the finest touch. If you blindly poke at the lock like an old man, all you're going to end up with is a bunch of broken pigs and equally broken pride. As a last resort, if the lock is completely confounding you, there's always the option of smashing it. Just keep in mind that this is really successful and can potentially make a great deal of noise. By using my techniques, I'm not merely suggesting you'll be a successful thief, I'm giving you a solid guarantee. All it takes is a little bit of patience and a great deal of practice. Then maybe, just maybe, you'll become as successful as Wolfman. In my next volume, we'll move on to another important tool in your arsenal, sneaking. I'll prove to you that shadows can be just as potent of a weapon as your blade if you know how to bend it to your will. Okay, talking like you know some. The Hanging Gardens of Waste and Corridel. This book was apparently written in Dwemer and translated to Aldemaris. Only fragments of the Aldemaris are readable, but it may be enough for a scholar of Aldemaris to translate fragments of other Dwemer books. Guide, Aldemar Estriel, led with foot flames for the town center where lay dead the quadrangular gardens. Axe the foundations and chains and vessels their naming places. Oh my god! You're knocking over trinkets! Please get off of my desk, please. Get off of my desk, please. Thank you. And neither words nor experience cleanses the essence of the strange and terrible ways of defying our ancestors' transient rules. The translation ends with a comment in Dwemer in a different hand, which may be translated as follows. Put down your art and cutting globes. Nebothold, your Aldemaris has the correct words.
Prices have never been better.
Yes, that's just in line with the third law of arcanodynamics. Excellent.
Wibbe's verse. Every winter season, except for the reason of one war or another, really quite a bother. The Queen of Rimmon and her consort request their vassals come and cavort on each and every ball. The first man at the hall is Lord Owen Jorna the curse of all the maidens fair. Oh dear ladies, beware. Dearest, dearest ladies, take care. Though he's a very handsome man, if you dare to take his handsome, handsome hand, the nasty little spell will be cast, and your first dance with him will be the last. At this social event, everyone who went knew the bows and stances and steps to all the dances. The Queen of Rimmon and her consort would order a trumpet wild report, and there could be no indecision as the revelers took position. The first dance only ladies, separate away from such men, and Lord Jorna Brett. Oh dear fellows, explain. Brothers, can you help make it plain? The man's been doing this for years, leaving maiden fair in tears before the final tune's been blast, and her first dance with him will be the last. Lord Ogan Jorna Brett of Gare, watch the ladies dance on air, the loveliest in the realm, a fellow in Ursine hide him, said the Queen of Rimmon and her consort, have put together right a quite sport. Which lady fair do you prefer? Lord Jorna Brett pointed to her. See that bosom bop and weave, well suited for me to love and leave. The man in the mask of a bear had left the Lord of Gare before the ladies' dance was ending. Then a trumpet sounded, pretending that the Queen of Rimmon and her consort called for the men to come to court. Disdainful, passing over all the rest. Ogan approached she of bobbing breast. She was rejected, save a life of woe. For a new maiden as fair as snow. At the first note of the band, the beauty took Ogan's hand. She complimented his stately carriage, dancing to tune about the marriage of the Queen of Rimmon and her consort. It is very difficult indeed to comport with grace neither falling nor flailing, wearing ornate hide and leather mailing, dancing light as the sweetest of dreams, without a single squeak of the seams. The rhythm rose and fell, no one dancing could excel. With masculine grace and syncopation, Lord Jonabret ever drew admiration from the Queen of Rimmon and her consort. Like a beauteous vessel pulling into port, he silently slid behind the leather's weight. She whispered girlishly, "The hour is quite late, but I've never seen such grace in hide armor. It was a pity he knew he had to harm her." Oh my god! Oh my god, guys. What happened?
Prices have never been better.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that was terrible. I don't know what's going on, guys. I don't know what happened with the sound, but something's going on. And I do not want to be attacked with the noise. Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna... Okay. I don't know what happened, guys. I don't know what's going on. All right, let me see. Let me see, guys. Hold on. This. Okay. I don't know what's going on with my speakers right now. Oh my god. Okay, I think it's good. Yeah, it fixed itself. Jeez, Louise, that was insane. Okay. The tune beat was furious. He began to be curious. Where had the maiden been sequestered? Before this dance was requested by the queen and by the consort and his queen of Rimmon. I didn't see you dance with the women. My dress was torn as I came to the dance, she said, smiling in a voice deep as a man's. My maids work quickly to repair, while I wore a suit to hide a helm of bear. Oh, women. Okay, and it's done. That's the end. Okay. So I think what's happening is the queen and her consort know that he is dancing with women at the balls, whisking them off into the cut and then killing them. So as a result, I think they set him up. Have to find the other pages to know, but I love a good wiggle waggle. Okay, and then I just go to the different bookshelves and check out all the books. It's nothing. Mace etiquette. Warriors sometimes make the mistake of thinking that there are no tactics with a mace. They assume that the sword is all about skill and the mace is only about strength and stamina. As a veteran instructor of mace tactics, I can tell you they are wrong. Wielding a mace properly is all about timing and momentum. Once the swing of the mace has begun, stopping it or slowing it down is difficult. The fighter is committed to not just the blow, but also the recoil. Begin your strike when the opponent is leaning forward, hopefully off balance. It is completely predictable that he will lean backward, so aim for a point behind his head. By the time the mace gets there, his head will be in its path. The mace should be held at the ready, shoulder high. The wind-up should not extend past the shoulders, but more than a hand's width. When swinging, lead with the elbow. As the elbow passes the height of your collarbone, extend the forearm like a whip. The extra momentum will drive the mace faster and harder, causing far more damage. At the moment of impact, let the wrist loosen. The mace will bounce and hurt a stiff wrist. Allow the recoil of the blow to drive the mace back into the ready position, thereby preparing the warrior for a quicker second strike. That's smart. That's how you work your weapon, baby. Okay. Exile from Exile by Yasra Ashaba. Stones of Sand and Swamp. The Lick Lord of Gideon defeated, I made my way north, passing through Stormhold to say one last goodbye to the Hist and their people before leaving their bleak swamp. The very first night in southern Morrowind, I made camp in a great fungal forest with fresh Nyx meat on my fire. I noticed something in the rocks and stones near my camp. Several large boulders stood distant, propped up by unknown hands what had to be many decades, if not centuries before. The largest and nearest was the reason I write this. As a child, Father took me to the stables of Lord Aswala to pay our tribe's taxes and endure the stares of the prescribed. On the way there, we were caught in a great sandstorm and found shelter in a cave. Daughter, Father spake, seek water in the cave, as I taught you. With a yes, Father, I entered the cave. There was no water, but I did find something grand in a large open cavern deep under the stables. In the center were great stones with strange alien words carved on them. I felt like I could hear them calling to me. I reached out and touched the stone. It was then that a hand covered my mouth, muffling my scream and cutting off my breath until I passed out. I woke up hours later to my father's face, his eyes drained of their usual joy. Daughter, you must leave this place. More will come. Father never told me what befell my attackers. From the stains on his clothes, I would guess that it was a grim fate. But Father, what of these stones, these symbols? This is a place of blasphemy beset by demon worshippers. See here, this word is in the dark speech of the Daedra. It says, Cold Harbor. So imagine my surprise, O reader, when I look upon the Morrowind stone in the light of the campfire, my belly full of Nyx meat, and saw words written in the same dark speech. The same words I had looked upon as a child, and on the same sort of stones. Cold Harbor calls, Niran obeys. They not playing. The bookshelf is bookshelfing. A Hypothetical Treachery Part 1 by Anne Morvere. A one-act play. Dramatis Personae. Malvasian, a high elf, battle mage. Inzalia, a dark elf, battle mage. Docetus, a Cyrodiil healer. Shiavis, an Argonian barbarian, a ghost, some bandits, scene, Eldenwood. As the curtain rises, we see the misty labyrinthian landscape of the legendary Elden Grove of Valenwood. All around we hear wolves howling. A bloodied reptilian figure, Shiavis, breaks through the branches of one of the trees and surveys the area. Shiavis, it's clear. Inzalia, a beautiful dark elf mage, climbs down from the tree, helped by the barbarian. There is the sound of footsteps nearby. Shiavis readies his sword, and Inzalia prepares to cast a spell. Nothing comes out. You're bleeding. You should have Docetus. Oh, wait, no. You should have Docetus heal that for you. He's still drained from all the spells he had to cast down in the caves. I'm fine. If we get out of this and no one needs it more, I'll take the last potion of healing. Where's Malvasian? Malvasian, a high elf battle mage, and Docetus, a Cyrodiil healer, emerge from the tree carrying a heavy chest between the two of them. They awkwardly try to get down from the tree carrying their loot. Here I am, though why I'm carrying the heavy load is beyond me. I always thought that the advantage of dungeon delving with a great barbarian was that he carried all the loot. If I carried all that, my hands would be too full to fight. And tell me if I'm wrong, but not one of the three of you has enough magicka reserve to make it out of here alive. Not after you electrified and blasted all those homunculuses down below ground. Homunculi. Don't worry, I'm not gonna do what you think I'm gonna do. What's that? Kill you all and take the ebony mail for myself. Admit it, you thought I had that in mind. What a perfectly horrible thought. I never thought anyone, no matter how vile and degenerate. Why not? He needs porters. Like he said, he can't carry the chest and fight off the inhabitants of Elden Grove both. By Stendar, of all the mean, conniving, typically Argonian. And why do you need me alive? I don't, necessarily, except that you're prettier than the other two, for a smooth skin that is, and if something comes after us, it might go for you first. There is a noise in some bushes nearby. Go check that out. It's probably a wolf. These woods are filled with them. You check it out. You have a choice, Inzalia. Go and you might live. Stay here and you definitely won't. Inzalia considers and then goes to the bushes. Shiavis to Malvasian and Docetus. The king of Sylvanar will pay good money for the mail, and we can divide it more nicely between 3 than 4. Inzalia, you're so right. Inzalia suddenly levitates up to the top of the stage. A semi-transparent ghost appears from the bush and rushes at the next person, who happens to be Shiavis. As the barbarian screams and thrashes at it with his sword, it levels blasts of whirling gas at him. He crumbles to the ground. He turns next to Docetus, the healer, and as the ghost focuses his feasting chill on the hapless Docetus, Malvasian casts a ball of flame at it that causes it to vaporize into the misty air. Inzalia floats back down to the ground as Malvasian examines the bodies of Docetus and Shiavis, who are both white-faced from the draining power of the ghost. Malvasian, you had some magicka reserved after all. Inzalia, so did you. Are they dead? Malvasian takes the potion of healing from Docetus' pack. Malvasian, yes, fortunately, the potion of healing wasn't broken when he fell. Well, I guess this leaves just the two of us to collect the reward. Inzalia, we can't get out of this place without each other, like it or not. The two battle mages pick up the chest and begin plodding carefully through the undergrowth, pausing from time to time at the sound of footsteps or other eerie noises. Malvasian, let me make sure I understand. You have a little bit of magicka left, so you elected to use it to make Shiavis the ghost's target, forcing me to use most of my limited reserve to destroy the creature so I wouldn't be more powerful than you. That's first-rate thinking. Inzalia, thank you. It's only logical. Do you have enough power to cast any other spells? Malvasian, naturally. An experienced battle mage always knows a few minor but highly effective spells for just such a trial. I take it you too have a few tricks up your sleeve? Inzalia, of course, like you said. They pause for a moment before continuing as a fearful wail pierces the air. When it dies away, they slowly trudge on. And he thought he was gonna play with her. He thought he was gonna play at her, and look who got the last laugh. See, yeah, that's what happens when you acting ugly. And she probably wasn't even on that type of time. Legendary Sancrator, first edition by Matera Chapel. Hang on a second. Alright, Lord have mercy. During the Skyrim conquest, ambitious Highland earls, envious of the conquest and wealth of their northern cousins in High Rock and Morrowind, looked south over the ramparts of the Jural Mountains for their opportunities. The Jural Mountains proved to be too great a barrier, and northern Cyrodiil too poor a prize to reward full-scale Nord invasions. However, Alessia hired many ambitious Nord and Breton warbands as mercenaries with the promises of rich lands and trade concessions. Once settled among the victorious Alessian Cyrodiils, the Nord and Breton warriors and battle mages were quickly assimilated into the comfortable and prosperous Lebanese culture. Alessia received the divine inspiration for her slave rebellion at Sancrator, and here she found her holy city. Sancrator's mines provided some wealth, but the poor soils and harsh climate of the remote mountainside meant it must be supplied with food and goods from the heartlands. Further, located in one of the few passes through the Jurals, its fortunes were subject to the instability of relations with Skyrim. Man, when relations were good with Skyrim, it prospered through trade and alliance. When relations were bad with Skyrim, it was vulnerable to siege and occupation by the Nords. With the decline of the Alessian Order, the seat of religious rule of Cyrodiil moved south to the imperial site, but Sancrator remained a mountain fortress and major religious center. Alessian historians asserted that Sancrator was magically concealed and defended by the gods. Records of Sancrator's repeated defeats and occupations by northern invaders give the lie to this assertion. The entrance to the citadel was indeed concealed by sorcery, and the citadel and its labyrinthine subterranean complex were defended by the magical traps and illusions, but their secrets were betrayed to besieging Nords by the Breton enchanters who crafted them. One enduring feature of the legend of Sancrator is the ancient tombs of the Roman empires. Following the defeat of the first Akaviri invaders, Sancrator enjoyed a brief resurgence of wealth and culture under Roman Cyrodiil and his descendants Roman II and Roman III. Tracing his ancestry to Saint Alessia and following the traditions that Saint Alessia was buried into the catacombs beneath Sancrator, remain built splendid funerary precincts in the depths of the ancient citadel underpassages. Here, the last Roman emperor remained. The Roman III was buried in his tomb with the amulet of the kings. Ah, okay, that's tea. We know where it's at now. They should put that in there, like, I'm sorry. Okay, we've returned. My apologies. My mother called me and I have to answer. I have to answer. Alright. Now, Sanctuary has lain in ruins since the middle of the Second Age, and the surrounding region is virtually uninhabited. Now, all communications with the north are through the passes at Chirol and Bruma, and Sanctuary Citadel and underpassages have become the refuge of various savage goblin tribes. Additional note, there is a competing tradition that Saint Alessia is buried on the site of the Temple of the One in the Imperial City. The actual resting place of Saint Alessia is unknown. Okay, we got a little tea. We got a little tea in the Mage's Library. We got a little tea. Now we need to get back over there because we were supposed to go. We were here getting ready to talk to this fool. Okay, let's see.
Ah, excellent. You got my message. Apparently that little creature isn't completely useless. Banekin can be such children. I hope you've nothing pressing. We could be here a while. By now, it should be clear your prophet Emperor brought these catastrophic events upon us. Everything that transpired is his fault. Granted, Minimarco can be very persuasive and charismatic when he wants to be. We all believed him when he said we could change Varen's bloodline with the Amulet of Kings. You saved Varen's life when you rescued him in Cold Harbor. In return, he lied to you about his true identity and his part in causing the Soul Burst. He manipulated you from the very start. Perhaps the better question is, why don't you blame Varen?
Just tell me why you called me here.
Varen wants to assemble a new group of companions in the vein of the original 5. Claims it fulfills a prophecy in those wretched scrolls of his. Superstitious nonsense, but he is quite correct on one point. We need to find Sai Sahan.
Why is Sai Sahan so important?
In the chaos following the Soul Burst, Sahan stole the Amulet of Kings and fled the Imperial City. We're going to need that relic, and he is the only one who knows its current location.
And where is Sai Sahan now?
He was captured by Minimarco's agents and taken to an undisclosed location. We need to find out where he's being held.
What do you need me to do?
Minimarco keeps his most secret documents at Norvolk, a hidden lair of Daedric cultists in the Stormhaven countryside. We must travel there and search for clues.
I'll set out at once and meet you there.
Travel to Stormhaven's eastern reaches and look for the Norvolk ruins. I will be waiting for you inside.
Alright, we've got a new mission. We know where it goes. It's time to exit Daggerfall. Yes, let me out of here. And we'll get it going. Let's see. Okay. Off we go. Hopefully on the way through, we'll see a merchant. Okay, let's see.
I think I read about this place in a book from my time. It is quite different from what I recall. Perhaps I misremember. Pay me no mind.
Alright. We're searching for information in Norvolk ruins. But first, I did want to get up here on to a merchant. I just need a merchant to take a look at my gear and refresh it.
One of my neighbors got dragged off to work in the mines.
So now you're hiding.
Well, I must say I was quite annoyed with those Red Rook ruffians. They took anything but one.
It wasn't nailed down. Yes, and I'm so sorry for that. Here we go. Let's just find goods. We get in there. We see him. Talk to him.
I may not have every...
Store merchant, repair, and goods. Alright. We can... Let's see. What is
heard that someone killed all the cultists and saved the weird tree.
Thank you.
We ride.
To Stormhaven. Situated to the head of the strategic lilac base, Stormhaven is the geographic center.
Finish.
Good, it's loading fast, but man.
It's not like you're safer here, minstrel. Goblins go wherever there's prey. I'd keep an eye out if I were you.
Be rolling out. I can't talk to text, but that was just hilarious. Lord have mercy. Shit, we must go through, baby Jesus. Oh, it's the beetle and the beetle think he really about to beetle me down. No. What the hell you got going on? What the hell you got going on? Show me what you can.
Aid me!
Yeah, 'cause y'all have to run. Aid him?
Evil never sleeps of its own accord.
They got me in the sandals. How the sandals sturdier than some whole shoes?
Move quick!
You there, in the name of the Knights of the Flame, I ask your assistance.
I'll be back. Oh wait, what's going on here? What's that?
Split up! Jesse, another fight?
I needed some new boots too. Hook me up with them new boots, y'all. Whole shoes now. Thank you. That was crazy. Yeah, y'all ain't got it.
Wander on, little spirit. May you guide us to riches again soon.
Tomato grid is crazy. Let's see. Okay. Get up in a minute and cook some din, y'all. You know, y'all. You need that. I need that. Oh my God. They say, come on down from the river, babe. still trying to read, even with everything going on. Shit is crazy. I know seaweed. Sacred Rides of the Stone Screwers by Nelix Jerome. For several seasons, I've been observing the Stone Chewer Goblin tribe, recording their daily activities and becoming familiar with their customs and routines. Over time, I've deliberately crept closer and closer to the limits of the tribal camp, occasionally showing myself briefly so the subjects would become used to my proximity. At one point, a warrior out to relieve himself behind a tree stumbled upon my observation post, and when he grunted and drew his crude but serviceable short sword, I thought my work had come to an untimely end. Luckily, the tribal shaman was nearby, and he intervened on my behalf, speaking harshly to the warrior and knocking aside his sword. The shaman pointed at me and slowly rotated his hand near his head, which I assumed was a goblin gesture denoting acknowledgement of superior intellect. Who would have suspected these so-called primitives had such regard for scholarship? After that, there were no more incidents of hostility, and the goblins tolerated my presence so long as I kept a respectful distance from their females and offspring. Occasionally, a warrior would bark at me, but I simply replied by making the hand-rotating intelligence gesture next to my head, and the warrior would shrug and go back to his business. As so little is known about the religious practices of the goblins, I decided to make the shaman of the tribe my particular study. The symbol of his office was a bone rod, probably a femur, with a small skull affixed to the end, possibly an infant's. Oh God. This skull was ornamented with an assortment of feathers, spines, and animal claws, and filled with something like nut hulls, for it rattled loudly when shaken. The shaman would shake this holy symbol forcefully when summoning his congregation to sacred rituals, or when the females were not bringing him food or drink rapidly enough. At particularly important rituals, the shaman would touch the symbol to his heart, then his head, and pointed to the sky and called out Muluk. At first I found this confusing, given the similarity of Muluk to the goblin word Moog, which they use when chastising their durzogs or children, or Luku, the term for fecal matter. But gradually, I learned to differentiate, and one day I realized that by crying Muluk, the shaman must be invoking the god of goblins. And then it struck me that Muluk is not really much different from Maulak. Could the god of the goblins and the god of the orcs be one and the same? This is the kind of discovery that could win me tenure at the College of Wayrest. I must get independent confirmation of this revelation. But how? Wow. Wow, they really dropping gems. Dropping tea if you really want to know. If you really want to learn about the world, we can show you. Collect these lore books, we're dropping tea. Oh shit, that's good. I really be enjoying it. I'm telling y'all. I got ADHD, so this is my little hyperfixation drink. Ooh. I'm getting real razzle dazzle from this beverage. This shit is crazy, y'all. Okay. Okay. Random candles and shit just be killing me. Okay, thank you. Not a soul gem, just on the ground. Really gotta be out here just paying attention. There just be little shit everywhere. Okay. What are you talking about?
Help! Bandits are burning the fields! Help!
I'll have to help in a minute. I have to help in a minute. You was just in the bike. Okay. We gotta hit all up and through here and cross over what's around to there. It's such a little ways away, and there's no shortcuts.
Mirmazi Radit.
It's getting good. We've got a ride. We got a long ride. Wait. See, I don't like when you're moving. Right. Keep straight ahead. It says keep straight ahead. Right. And here, this way.
Someone found a magical talisman that will allow the Lion Guard to get into Angal's stronghold.
Yep. Alright, perfect.
Yeah.
The Song of the Alchemist by Murabaro. When King Merenion's alchemist had to leave his station after a laboratory experiment that yielded detonation, the word went out that the king did want a new savant to mix his potions and brews, but he declared he would only choose a fellow who knew the tricks and the tools. The king refused to hire on more fools. After much deliberation, discussions, and debates, the king picked two well-learned candidates, Eanthropus Minthurk and Emphatic Fair, an ambitious pair, vied to prove which one was the best. Said the king, there will be a test. They went to a large chamber with herbs, gems, tomes, pots, measuring cups, all under high crystalline domes. Make me a tonic that will make me invisible, laughed the king in a tone some would call risible. So, Emphatic Fair and the Eanthropus Minthurk began to work, mincing herbs, smashing metal, refining strange oils, cautiously setting their cauldrons to burbling boils, each on his own, sending mixing boils, mixing. Sometimes peeking to see what the other was fixing. After they had worked for nearly 3/4 an hour, both the Eanthropus Minthurk and Emphatic Fair winked at the other, certain he won. Said King Merenion, now you must taste the potions you brought. Take a spoon and sample it right from your pot. Minthurk vanished as his lips touched his brew, but Fair tasted his and remained apparent in view. You think you mixed silver, blue diamonds, and yellow grass? The king laughed, looked up Fair up to the ceiling glass. The light falling makes the ingredients you chose quite different hues. What do you get? Asked the floating voice, bold, of a potion of red diamonds, blue grass, and gold. By Dwemer, God, said Fair, his face in the winds, I made a potion to fortify my own intelligence. Okay. Yep, we cross over the bridge. And then once we get to this intersection, we need to go left. Alright, and then we just follow this trail on down, and we'll be there. This is the part for me, y'all. It has corrupted and perverted the desires of great men and women, yet its power is without equal. To kill while your victim smiles at you. Only a daedra most foul could have concocted such a malevolent and twisted weapon. It appears that all who wield it end up with crazed eyes and broken men who roam the hills shattering with rabbits. It is not to be trifled with. Not even the hottest fires of the sky forge can melt it. Indeed, the coals themselves seem to cool the crucible. We cannot destroy it, and we cannot have it fall into the hand of our enemies. So we keep it hidden and have to use it. Delve into the ruins. Off we go to delve into
This place smells worse than the harborage.
Alright. Let's get into it. In dreams we awaken. In dreams we awaken. Her reveries call to us from across Tamriel. Her dreams have shown us a true world, a far better world than the one you know. Vermina lights the sky of our world. Vermina is the stars of our world. Her 1,000 truths are 1,000 lights in the night sky. The wakeful world is full of suffering and starvation. It is a world of lies. We've come from all corners of this broken world to gather as dreamers of a new, brighter age. She has called us here to Stormhaven. She has awakened us to a better world. We will leave this world of lies behind us. Some cannot comprehend these simple truths. They do not understand her dreams as we do, for they are not true dreamers. She calls to the mighty and the humble, yet those who are found wanting are cast down into madness. Awaken, sleeper, ascend, dreamer. Seek her in dreams and join us. We await you. Well, okay. Well, alright. And we're hitting the caves. We're in the cavern and we're headed down the way. I see some enemies up ahead. And I like to sneak up on I don't like the two-handed weapons. A lot of people do. your girl up with them young skills, yeah. I need them young skills, yeah. Oh, my little pterodactyl is up there with, and his Dada time is percolating. It's Dada time, okay? Yes, yeah, I have children, and they are with their Faja when I am in here. Alright. Or they sleep. Sleep or with Faja. And currently it is the former and not the latter. But I know my mom gamer girlies know how that shit go. You gotta play when you can play. How you gotta play when you can play. Okay, period. And I love this game. Gotta play it when I wanna play it. Okay, I just make shitty jingles at any point in time.
You will not break me, King of Worms. I can and I shall. Where is the Amulet of Kings?
You cannot break the will of a son of Yakuda. I spit on you.
So, Saisahan is alive and he has not been broken. An important piece of the puzzle, to be sure, but where is he being kept?
The Amulet of the Kings of Glory, pendant of the red diamond, Chimel Adabal, alien relic of divine investiture. Whatever myths exist concerning its creation, this much is fact. As a vessel of Akatash's will, it is tied to him in a very real way. The corruption of the Dragonfire ritual was a taxing endeavor. I spent weeks inscribing the glyphs and preparing the incantations that Aquilarius foolishly believed would change his ancestry and birthright. Trusting simpleton, Mir now lies adrift in the Mundus, vulnerable to the parasitic danger that feasts upon the souls of its people. Tharn once asked me outright if the amulet could be used to repair the damage wrought by the soul burst. Subtlety was never part of Abner's repertoire. I could see the scheming machinations behind his eyes, even as he pledged his loyalty to me. I think he knew even then that he was the soul's brother. Who needs a scheming politician when one aspires to be a god? The answer to his question is, of course, yes. This is why I must seize the amulet and protect it. It is the vessel through which I will supplant my would-be master and assume dominion over two worlds. Why would a god settle for just one? The tea that Tharn put us on, it was factual, but I didn't doubt it for real. Okay. Wow. Not my server. Okay. I do have a valid internet connection. I'm looking at it right here. It's telling me we're good. It says connected secure. Okay, so we're just gonna restart it, y'all. That just blew me. We were in the thick of it. All right.
this place smells worse than the harborage.
When training with a staff, find a large open space and check the weapon for impurities and damage before every use. Close your eyes while casting. It will not make your spell more potent, trust me. Never attempt to use any untested destruction spell as a prank or not a student, or any other spell, to be honest. Try to be professional. Remember, even the masters, especially the masters, know to take the proper precautions at all times. Magical destruction is exciting and alluring, but any wizard with lazy, sloppy habits and irresponsible behavior won't survive to explore it. Being dropped. The Battle of Red Mountain. After hearing Nerevar, we gave our counseling as he requested, proposing we should preserve these tools in trust for the welfare of the Chimera people. And who knows, perhaps the Dwemer are not gone forever, but merely transported to some distant realm, from which they may someday return to threaten our security once again. Therefore, we need to keep these tools to study them and their principles, so that we may be safe for future generations. And though Nerevar voiced his grave misgivings, he was willing to be ruled by our council under one condition, that we all together should swear a solemn oath upon Azura that the tools would never be used in the profane manner that the Dwemer had intended. We all readily agreed and swore solemn oaths at Nerevar's dictation. So then we went with Nerevar back into Red Mountain and met with Dagoth Ur refused to deliver the tools to us, saying that we were dangerous and we could not touch them. Dagoth Ur seemed to be irrational, insisting that only he could be trusted with the tools, and then the rest of the affected. And now I feel sure he had privately learned the power of the tools. Then Nerevar was forced to secure the tools. Sometimes Dagoth Ur and his team escaped. We gave the tools to Still must have stepped into the mysteries, and at last he came to us with a vision of a new world of peace, with justice and honor for nobles, health and prosperity for the commoners, with the tribunal as immortal patrons and guides. And dictating ourselves to this vision of a better world, we made a pilgrimage to Red Mountain and transformed ourselves with the power of Kagranok's tools. And no sooner than we had completed our rituals and begun to discover our newfound powers, the Daedra Lord Azura appeared and cursed us for our forsworn oaths. By her powers of prophecy, she assured us that her champion Nerevar, true to his oath, would return to punish us for our perfidy, and to make sure such profane knowledge might never again be used to mock and defy the will of the gods. But Saltsil said to her, the old gods are cruel and arbitrary, and distant from the hopes and fears of men. Your age is past. We are the new gods, born of the flesh and wise and caring of the needs of our people. Spare us your threats and chiding. And constant spirit, we are bold and fresh, and will not fear you. And then in that moment, all Chimera were changed into Dunmer, and our skins turned ashen and our eyes into fire. Of course, we only knew at that time that this had happened to us, but Azura said, this is not my act, but your act. You have chosen your fate and the fate of your people, and all the Dunmer shall share your fate from now to the end of time. You think yourselves gods, but you are blind, and all is darkness. And Azura left us alone in darkness, and we were all afraid. We put on brave faces and went forth from Red Mountain to build the new world of our dreams. And the new world we shaped was glorious and generous, and the worship of the Dunmer fervent and grateful. The Dunmer were at first afraid of their new faces, but Saltsil spoke to them, saying that it was not a curse but a blessing, a sign of their changed natures, and a sign of the special favor they might enjoy as new men. No longer barbarians trembling before ghosts and spirits, but civilized mer speaking directly to their immortal friends and patrons, the three faces of the tribunal. And we were all inspired by Saltsil's speech and vision, and took heart. And over time, we crafted the customs and institutions of a just and honorable society, and the land of Resdayan new millennia of peace, equity, and prosperity, unknown to it turned y'all into wackadoodles. They said explore Niran, to many lands I traveled, never feeling like home. I worked for a merchant, sweeping dusty shops for coin, no respect or wealth. I joined a brigade, we saw the horrors of war, blood-dripped battlefields. To an arrow I fell, for greed I died all alone, buried by strangers. That's horrible. The Rite of Boethiah's Gauntlet by Thendurimer, Death Blossom, Matthias Conduit of such. Over 50 gauntlets have I witnessed, mighty men in myrrh contending, fitly offering blood and body, faithful fighting. Proving worth and zeal, Matthias vast and most devoted show they stop at nothing. Pitted, faithful versus faithful, grandly giving all they must to praise their prince so proudly. None can doubt devotion offered freely. Tested thus, the faithful know who's worthy, who shall be the conduit of Boethiah. Champion of Boethiah is also chosen, gauntlet given through the test of melee. Those who fear the sword, the mace and dagger, lack the heart to show our foes no pity. Moloch Baal will welcome them to Stonefire. Warlock of Boethiah wields the magic, better than the weaklings of Azura, casting spells to pass the test of gauntlet, showing lesser faithful their position. All must serve the prince in their own fashion. Okay. It's wild.
Shin El Adabar, the amulet of the kings of glory, an artifact of the divines, a badge of office for the ruling emperors of Cyrodiil, and exploiting its power to bring about the calamity of our age was intoxicating. It made me aware of the limitless possibilities available to one strong enough and fearless enough to use it to achieve his own ends. The amulet has the power to create or destroy, but it also has the power to undo the damage caused by the soul burst, to mend the tear in the barrier between Nirn and Oblivion. I must recover it before some fool fixes that which must remain broken.
He knows of our plan to use the amulet to set things right. We must rescue Sai Sahan before he can be broken.
It became necessary to relocate Sai Sahan when it became clear
May your spirit know peace. Again.
Let's check out. Unbreakable Red Guard. For all of his self-doubt, Sahan has proved monstrously difficult to break. Perhaps the years of physical training he endured to condition his body makes the torture of the flesh pale in comparison. Likewise, threats of bodily harm to friends and acquaintances have no effect. He merely closes his eyes and promises to avenge them. So deftly he pulled the amulet of kings from the fingers of Varen's withering husk amidst the chaos of the soul burst, and then he was gone, a fleeting shadow in the night. I must have it back if I am to enact the final stage of my plan. Since that day, I have played a waiting game as Mala vows. Plain meld continues unabated. For the time being, this works to my advantage, but I must find the amulet before the plain meld concludes, or my plan is doomed to failure. I would tear this continent apart stone by stone if I had to, but for now I shall be patient. Sahan cannot endure these tortures forever. He will break, and the amulet of kings will be mine once again.
The Red Guard's iron will cannot be overcome with standard interrogation techniques. Physical tortures appear to be useless. I have therefore instructed the Daedra to move Sahan into the halls of torment. The Duchess will be most pleased to have a new guest. His flesh is strong, but perhaps the tortures of the mind will break him. I have come too far to allow this upstart sword master to thwart my plans. I will find the amulet, one way or another.
This is the information we've been looking for. At last. Oh yes. It's Cold Harbor's most nefarious prison. The Daedra in the halls of torment reach deep into the dark places of a prisoner's mind and torture them with apparitions of the things they most dread. At last. It's an effective tactic. The Daedra mock our emotional attachments and the memories that form our sense of self. Daedra have no use for such things. They are immortal. It's impossible to kill Daedra. They simply reform over time. Of course I can. I am Abnathan. But first, I have a bit more research to do. Go back to the Harbridge and tell Varen what we've discovered. I'll meet you there once I've made the necessary preparations.
Up and around, up and down, up and in the lanes.
An unexpected... At last! Where can he be found?
A prison in Cold Harbor called the Halls of Torment.
Well done. I will begin searching for a safe route to the Halls of Torment immediately.
Is there anything else?
I was going to say that a river flows and we are slaves to its current. But I am done with riddles and metaphors. I don't know what awaits us. I'm not a prophet. I'm just a foolish old man who glimpsed the wisdom of the scrolls and survived.
But you can find a path to the Halls of Torment, can't you?
When Tarn returns, we will combine our resources. We will find a path to these Halls of Torment soon enough.
Raj Radin Babazeri. Strength becomes
Okay, the Chronicles of the Five Companions. My name is Lyris of Skyrim, called Titanborn by some. I'm committing these words to paper on behalf of my friend and ally, a man history will remember only as the Prophet. It was through his profound insight and his study of the Elder Scrolls that we came to understand the dire nature of the threat that now endangers all of Tamriel. Let it be known by those who read these words, the Soul Burst, the event that took place in the 579th year of the Second Era, was due to the treachery of a single elf, the Altamiri necromancer Manamarco, the King of Worms, and the servant of the most vile of all the Daedric princes, the god of schemes and lord of brutality, Molag Bal. In years past, Manamarco served as chief advisor to the court of Empyrean of Emperor Varen Aquilarios, originally a Duke of Churl. Varen became Emperor of Tamriel by right of conquest. With Monomarco's counsel, Varen led a revolt against the previous dynasty, the savage regime of Reachmen known as the Longhouse Emperors. Yet despite his conquest and victory, Varen was not to be a true emperor. Like the former Emperor Leovic, the blood of the dragon didn't flow through Varen's veins. He was unable to light the dragon fires in the Temple of the One, as a true emperor must, by tradition. Dragon fires have remained unlit for generations. This is because the Amulet of Kings, a relic of the divines gifted unto Saint Alessia by Akatosh, was lost in the centuries following the fall of the Roman dynasty. Only this relic, traditionally worn by imperial emperors of the First Era, would allow a true-blooded ruler to spark the dragon fires anew. At Menomarco's urging, Varen formed a group of companions to join him on an epic quest to locate this relic. These companions included myself, the Redguard Swordmaster Sai Sahan, Grand Chancellor Abner Tharn, and Menomarco himself. For years we scoured the face of Tamriel, following countless leads until we finally managed to locate it. When we returned to the Imperial City, Menomarco played upon Varen's insecurities and convinced him that the coronation ritual, properly modified, could not only light the dragon fires, but persuade Akatosh to invest him with divine agency and gift him with the blood of the dragon. It was only after the coronation ritual was attempted that we learned the extent of Menomarco's deception. The King of Worms used his magic to corrupt the power of the amulet, causing the calamity which came to be known as the Soul Burst. I remember very little of the actual event, only that the chaos followed was immediate and devastating. Varen was consumed by the fiery wrath of the Soul Burst. Sai Sahan and I were unjustly implicated in his death, made all the more suspicious because Sai fled as soon as he recovered, taking the Amulet of Kings with him. Grand Chancellor Tharn was an opportunist and immediately cast his lot with Menomarco. The prophet's story is one of mystery. He appeared one day on the steps of an abbey of the moth priests in Cyrodiil. They took him in and fed him, thinking he was nothing more than a vagabond. They were shocked when they found him in the libraries that night, poring over the eldritch etchings of an Elder Scroll. Only the moth priests themselves had the ability to read the scrolls, and they saw his arrival as a prophetic sign from the divines. As they do all who read them, the Elder Scrolls eventually took the prophet's eyesight, leaving him permanently blinded, and yet he continued to study them in his mind's eye, and eventually foresaw the great and terrible threat that we are now faced with. Word of his prophecies spread far and wide, eventually reaching the Imperial City in the ears of Menomarco. The King of Worms immediately arrested the prophet for rumor-mongering and treason, and had the abbey and all of its contents burned to the ground. The catastrophe that the prophet predicted began to take shape almost immediately. Vast swaths of the empire were consumed by Daedric fire, and the first dark anchors fell upon the land. Molag Bal's invasion of our world had begun, made possible by Menomarco's betrayal. Book 2. Once again, I, Lyris of Skyrim, commit words to paper on behalf of the prophet. In truth, he didn't ask me to write this entry, but I feel the need to keep a record of these events, whatever their outcome may be. The prophet's visions and nightmares are getting worse. He continues to witness horrifying visions of a future in which Molag Bal rules our world. These don't seem to have a profound effect on him when he is awake, but at night, in those precious few hours where he manages to drift off, the visions become increasingly disturbing. He refuses to describe them to me in great detail, but he awakens violently, in a cold sweat, and it is obvious that they are wearing away at his sanity. Our ally, Jabira, has already proven extremely capable. The escape from the whaling prison was only the beginning. The vestige risked everything to rescue me from the foundry of woe. I owe our new friend my life, my soul, and perhaps my very sanity. We're now chasing every available lead in our attempts to find Sai Sahan and the Amulet of Kings. If we can regain the amulet, the prophet believes that we might be able to challenge Molag Bal and save our world. As usual, he used a bunch of flowery words and obscure phrases I didn't understand, but his general meaning was clear. Sometimes I wish I'd never left Skyrim and gone to Cyrodiil. I fought for a great man that I believed in, met another that I came to cherish dearly, and had my share of blood and glory, but was it all worth it? Cyrodiil will always be the place where I first laid eyes on that traitorous skeever Menomarco and his sniveling toady Abner Tharn. I don't know which is worse, Menomarco's charm and eloquence as he prepared to backstab us, or Tharn's endless insults and irritating condescension. At least with Tharn, we always knew where we stood. The prophet said that Tharn's part of this isn't finished. I can't imagine any good coming of that. After all, that sniveling son of a goat went right back to licking Metamarco's boots after the soul burst. He'd do anything to save his own hide and preserve his family's status in the Imperial City. I must bring this entry to a close. I hear the prophet stirring. Well, there it is. Tharn's back with us, and I don't like it one bit. Jabira and I managed to get into Metamarco's castle with a little help from our soul-shriven friend, Sir Cadwell. Cadwell's like a wisp, a little light in the upper marsh, if you get my meaning, but he can be damned useful at times, and he shows up in the damnedest places. While we risked our necks fighting through worm cultists and flesh atronachs, Tharn projected his smirking image to different parts of the castle, goading us on. We eventually got to the tower where he was being held, but Metamarco was ready for us, and raised all manner of undead to challenge us. In the end, we defeated them and escaped with Tharn, but here's the topper. Tharn lied to us. He has no idea where Sai is being held, or where the Amulet of Kings is hidden. Of course, he claims he can help us find both, but when he admitted his lie, I lost my temper and laid him out on the floor with a single punch. Gods, it felt good. That was a long time coming. That's when Tharn spilled the beans. He told Jabira that we'd been lying and revealed the prophet's true identity. Lord Varen immediately admitted everything. Of course, I hope it wasn't too soon. It's vital that we maintain Jabira's trust, and now I can see doubt behind the vestige's eyes. Tharn is such a lying skeever. All he cares about is his empire and his family's status. Lord Varen believes Tharn's here for a reason, but I don't trust him, and I never will. I plan to keep a close eye on him. I am Grand Chancellor Abner Tharn, Overlord of Nibene, the head of the Elder Council, advisor to emperors and kings for 117 of the 164 years that I have been alive. I did not come by my position of influence through luck or nepotism, but rather through extreme discipline, ambition, and cunning. And yet, here I am, conspiring with idiots and fools in a musty hole in the ground. How the mighty have fallen. The years is 2E 582, but I am unsure of the precise date. I've lost track given the gravity of the monumental task that is before us. After reading the previous entries in this chronicle, I felt it necessary to offer my side of the story so that I am not misrepresented by future historians. We Tharns have held positions of power throughout Cyrodiil since the day of the potentate. We are prized for our loyalty to the Empire, our deft political machinations, and our ruthless subjugation or elimination of dissenters within Imperial territories. What we do is grim work, but it is necessary if the Empire is to endure. Do I sound boastful and egotistical? Perhaps I am, but I shall put these words to paper so that you, the reader, might understand my views and my actions and their place in the long view of history. For nearly 30 years, I have advised the savage men of the Reach from Durkarok to Leovic as their long, brutish dynasty ravaged the Empire. They lasted longer than many of the would-be conquerors that came before them, but their alien nature and low heritage made them unfit to stand in the presence of the true-blooded sons of Calovia or Nibene. Their most grave insult came when Leovic, youngest of their line, sought the hand of my 16th daughter, Clivia, in marriage, that she might rule with him as empress. Like his grandfather before him, who married Varaxia Tharn, Leovic hoped that our family's connections and pure Nibonese bloodline would somehow legitimize his claim to the Ruby Throne. It was an exercise in futility, and it exasperated me to no end. So, when Varen Aquilarios, the son of a Colovian duke and a powerful military leader in his own right, contacted me in secret and sought my assistance to depose those foul strangers from the north, I eagerly agreed. The war was long and bloody, but armed with my knowledge of the Imperial City, Varen eventually led his army of rebels to the palace gates. Varen drove his sword into Leovic's black-blooded heart and watched him die, choking on his own lifeblood at the foot of the Ruby Throne, and immediately declared himself to be emperor. For my loyalty and assistance, he agreed to take my daughter Clivia as his bride. After Varen's betrayal at Metamarco's hand, it pained me to hand the reins of the Empire over to another outlander. The King of Worms is a dangerous enemy. To ensure the dominance of necromancy over all other forms of magic, Metamarco immediately cast the Mages Guild out of the Imperial City, then had all remaining dissenters arrested as enemies of the state. I did not wish for my name to appear on that very long list, which only grew shorter when the executions began, so I pledged my loyalty. In return, I was granted stewardship of the Imperial City. My daughter, Clivia, still the Emperor's regent, became became the titular ruler of the Empire, but Metamarco remained the power behind the throne. Of course, Metamarco turned on me the moment my usefulness was expended. I was marginalized and cloistered away in a tower of bones, and my daughter was turned against me, lured by Metamarco's promise to teach her the dark arts that would give her mastery over life and death. But know this, reader, I will take the Empire back. I will restore order of chaos. That is my only ambition and my ultimate desire. I will strike down any who stand in my way with all the fires of Daedric sorcery I can command, and those who dare to thwart me should be damned to the pits of oblivion for all eternity. Well, okay, he think he going crazy. He's a Raggedy Ann, that's what he is. Okay, let's hit it with the journal. I'm just gonna leave because I know once I do, something will pop up. And this will be me completing that mission fully, and then they'll pop up with the next portion. Level 27. Let's see. Once I get to level 30, I will get 4,000 gold. A flame Atronach crate, 3 attribute points and skill points. And I am currently level 27, so I've got a few left to go. Level 30 is gonna hit me right.